Thank you.
All right. Morning, everybody. Be seated. Get through up to the screen. Hey, how are you? Good. Tell me we got nothing much to do here today, right? Thank you. Just say it, it makes me feel better. You're doing a great job. No, I'm serious. Just being able to just walk around and not worry anything about what's going on the screen is so huge. Thank you. We look at, you know what? I'm going to be looking at priors on every case. So, however you want to get them to me is fine. Okay. Super. So, you guys in felonies or misdemeanors or what? Really? Where? Okay, it's a good thing. Oh, I couldn't pick these people out of the line. I know Alvarez. Okay, that's why. Now, who just got married? Lauren Abraham?
Yes, she did.
She got married to Susie Ayala's boy. And Lauren's sister is my youngest and best buddy in the universe. Yes, she is. Oh, no kidding. Okay. And their pediatrician was on my jury panel last week. Okay, no rush. I am going to ask for the Zoom code here. What is the Zoom number? Thank you.
932
932
08 30 61
20. Thank you very much. Yeah, boy, Lauren took a long time to get herself married. She was that guy for 8 million years. But just like her sister's been engaged to the same, I mean, going out with the same guy for 10 years, just not engaged. Yeah. And their dad is my dentist, was my dentist. Just super people. Yeah, so I think we probably want to wait for them. So let's see if we get all the people in place. Let me take a look at who we got here. You're starting with your domestic violence longer. Interpreter, we have our Spanish interpreter, we have our courtroom. Here comes pre-trial. Good morning. Let me know when you're ready. Are you good? All right. Have the gentlemen in the jail been given the admonitions about appointed counsel and what we're doing today? We don't have a camera. Okay, we have a camera up there. All right. Who does the little speech to the inmates? They do it over there? All right. We have somebody from corrections who's on board here. All right. Do you have TGK video room? Okay. All right. Everybody ready to go on the domestic violence first appearances?
Just let me swear them in.
All right. Go ahead and swear in all of the jail. Can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Super. Let's ask them to stand and raise their right hands, please.
De pie, levanten su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
¿Juran decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad? Digan sí.
Let's do it in Spanish first. All right, then let's not do it in Spanish. Okay. And corrections, I understand they've already been played the tape to, and understand that they are appointed counsel and that we're here to determine probable cause in any release conditions. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very much. Let's start with Blair Holland. Okay. And we're talking about Blair Holland.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Good morning. ASA Colonel Meade on behalf of the state. And ASA Megan Fernandez on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Keith Latouche.
And thank you, Mr. Latouche. All right, any argument with regard to probable cause, public defender?
As to Mr. Holland Blair,
Blair Holland, yes. And what I asked the question is, do you contest probable cause in this probable cause affidavit?
no, we don't contest probable cause, but we will be asking for PTS in this case, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. Holland Bear, he's reset for tomorrow. He's at Ward D.
427. All right, do I need to write this anywhere else other than like that? Okay, good enough. Thank you very much. That, of course, would have been helpful a minute ago. All right, let's go to Eduardo de Valle. I have two cases here, M25-8597 and 8598. Okay. All right, he returns to the house after a stay-away order in M25-8597, violation of pre-trial release conditions. Any argument with regard to probable cause?
No argument as a probable cause, but we will be asking for PTS, a PTS release, Your Honor.
Do we have Mr. DeValle, Andy?
No. There's nobody.
Correct. Eduardo de Valle, Del Valle. PGK, I can't hear you. Now there he is.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. DeValle. All right, so I find probable cause with regard to case number M25-8597 with regard to M25-8598 that also charges a violation at a later time. That one at 8 o'clock on that date, and the first one by the second. Oh, that's interesting. We got 8:30 and 8 o'clock. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, same address. I don't know why we have.
Can I say something?
Okay. Date, what's your position with regard to release conditions on this gentleman?
Your Honor, in this case, the state would ask for $1,000 bond on each
Why?
count. Being as they've already violated, they had a previous domestic battery in 2024, and then currently we have the battery in front of us, which is a battery against an elderly. Being as they've
Wait a minute.
violated.
I'm sorry. 1 second. We're talking about Eduardo de Valle, domestic violence, You got a bat elderly, the F-25 7917. So I'm gonna be dealing with them later, huh? All right, house arrest level 2, waive cost, waive installation, both cases.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the disposition?
I'm going to place him on house arrest. I've got the bat elderly and I got 2 violations of a pretrial detention, domestic violence order. So, he's going on.
Judge,
Yes.
sorry, Judge, we'll be arguing against the house arrest. We'll be asking for a PTS. Mr. Duval suffers from dementia and he needs his medication. So we're requesting not the house arrest. We're asking for TAP. I mean, excuse me, PTS.
That's going to be denied. Okay. I'll take another look at it when we come to the felony case, but I got a bad elderly and 2 instances where he violated a domestic violence injunction. Okay. At this point, he needs a little closer supervision. That's going to be done under house arrest. Does he have someplace to live?
Yes, he has somewhere to live. He can live at his friend's house.
There you go. All right, for now, and I'll revisit this if necessary when I address the felony case, it's a house arrest level 2, waive cost, waive installation. Alternate is no bond.
That's house arrest, alternate no bond, each case, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Judge, just for the record, I just want to make sure that the house arrest will not be at the house where he resides, because that's where the stay away order is placed.
You can bet on that because house arrest won't let him go back there.
Okay.
All right, I'm entering a stay away order from MD. He is permitted to go back and pick up his stuff out of that house, but he needs to follow the proper instructions this time and go back there with a sheriff. And I don't mean this to be punitive, counsel, but, you know.
I understand, Judge.
Okay, we should do one of these. Let's then move on now, if we could, to Ezekiel Gonzalez. Thank you, sir.
How you doing?
Oh, great. Over from Massachusetts. Got it. Okay, there you go. Okay, any argument from the state with regard, from the defense with regard to probable cause on this matter?
No argument as to probable cause.
Find probable cause. What is his current bond status? Does he have one?
Bond
$1,000.
Okay. I'm inclined to leave it at that. That'll probably get him out a whole lot quicker than if I put any other conditions on him. I'm ordering a stay away order, as is, I think, required in these cases. However, I have no idea what effect this has up in Massachusetts. Okay. So, all right, his bond remains $1,000, stay away order entered. And just to make sure, I'm going to address Mr. Gonzalez now. Mr. Gonzalez, is that 39 Linway number 2 still a good address?
Yes, it is. I've been living there for like 2 years.
Super. Also, make sure the public defender's office has a good telephone number for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna reach out to you to tell you what's going to happen next.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
857-390.
Oh, 857-390.
0195. Wait, you want to take my girlfriend's number? Because she's been stuck out here too. She's like my emergency right now.
All All right, we're moving to Jaslyn Medalist. Violation of the domestic violence injunction. Fifth. Not the first time we have allegedly violated a domestic violence injunction.
Your Honor, in this case, the state would be asking for house arrest, being as the defendant has violated domestic violence injunctions on four other occasions.
Well, you say so, but then you went ahead and null crossed the cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me take a look at your probable cause affidavit. All right, what's his current bond status? Anybody?
It's to be set by you, Your Honor.
Oh, good enough. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead. I do find probable cause unless there's some reason you believe otherwise, public defender.
Judge, Mr. Metellus is homeless, so would we be asking for a tap?
Apparently TAP doesn't take DV. I'm informed that TAP doesn't take people on DV. I'm not inclined to give him a house arrest based upon this history. I was gonna give him $1,000 bond. Do you think he can find somebody to scare up $100 for him?
He can try, Your Honor.
Let's give it a try. I'm gonna leave him at $1,000 bond. Mr. Medalist,
Yes, sir.
taking a look at this and your circumstances here. I think you need to understand, you go back to that house, the next judge ain't gonna let you out. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Judge, if
yes, sir.
Mr. Metellus is not working, he's homeless, can we lower the bond?
No,
No.
your division judge. All right, probable cause is found, $1,000 bond. Anything else we need? And a stay away order is again entered, Mr. Metellus, okay? Please
Okay.
go to us, because the next voice you're gonna hear is the one that tells you you're not getting out of jail. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Here's the stay away order from Metellus. And let's call Joey Jones Jr. Yeah, once again, I'm sure his mom's gonna come to court and say, come to your office and say, no. Another cruise ship stuff. Bay City, Michigan. Okey doke. Unless there's an argument to the contrary, I do find probable cause. And his current bond status, if it's not already set, I'm gonna make it $1,000. Mr. Jones, make sure this public defender has your telephone number, because that's the best way they're gonna be able to reach out to you. I'm assuming you're going back to Bay City when you get out? Okay. I am entering a stay away order from AD. Of course, no idea.
Yeah.
Which I have no idea if I have the power to make somebody stay away this
Yes, however, it would be from Andriessa Duque.
year. Andriessa Ducre, I think he knows. He's the woman who bore his child. Okay. All right, good luck to you, sir. Make sure the public defender has the information to get hold of you. Anything else that can be done, Mr. Jones? You're not.
Judge, sorry, we're asking for, we don't find probable cause in this case, because and we're asking for him to be released outright because
Okay.
the victim in
Go ahead.
the victim in the case said things were just verbal and things got out of hand, and she refused to give further detail. And there's no indication that there's any physical contact made. So we're asking for him to be released outright, and and there was no pictures either.
Okay, that's great. Let me go ahead and correct the nomenclature. You don't find probable cause. I find probable cause. That's for the court.
You're right.
I do note in the second paragraph on the first page of the probable cause affidavit that the victim had minor scratches as well as a visible black eye. That to me, and then the statement that the victim made that they were having a good time on the balcony, which she told them to tone it down, and that the defendant got upset and things got out of hand. She then refused to give further detail. I find that sufficient to meet the low standard of probable cause, so I am going to find probable cause in this case. All right. Good luck, Mr. Jones. Make sure you stay in touch with your lawyer.
So, Judge, just for the record, what's the disposition?
It's probable cause is found, $1,000 bond, a stay away order entered.
Okay, thank you.
Go to Peter St. Felix.
Judge, Mr. San Felix needs the Creole interpreter.
And we happen to have an excellent one right here. Okay. I'm going to ask if the public defender has any argument with regard to probable cause.
Mwen pral mande si avocat défenseur public la gen aucun argument sou raison, assez raison.
Yes, Your Honor. There is no indication that there was physical contact made with the alleged victim. All she had was a well-rounded fear.
Oui, juge pas gen aucun preuve que li te fait aucun contact avec victime nan. Seul bagay c'est que victime nan te peur.
And that all that was made was verbal threats, but there was no indication that there was contact made at that time.
Et seul bagay qui te passé c'est que te menacé verbalement, mais pas physiquement, il pas te fait rien là.
So we're asking that he be released outright.
Donc, n'a demandé pour yo la gueule.
I don't want to shortchange you guys. Do you want to have an argument?
Yes, Your Honor. In contrary to what defense has said, just to mention in the second page of the probable cause affidavit, it does mention that she reported an incident in which the defendant intentionally struck her in the right eye, resulting in a visible injury.
I'm sorry, Counselor. On the second page, it says.
1 second. Start over. You have an interpreter. So
Yes.
please go slowly.
Of course, I apologize. My apologies, Madam Interpreter. Directly to defense's comment on the second page of the arrest affidavit.
Contrairement à ça, avocat la défense l'a dit dans deuxième page affidavit d'arrestation.
It does appear that the victim reported an injury from the previous week in which she was intentionally struck in the right eye, resulting in visible injury by the defendant.
Apparemment, victime n'a te fait rapport semaine avant que elle te frappé dans les yeux et que les yeux a te un problème, soit elle te blessé ou bien elle te m'bakone, et que c'est arrivé semaine avant.
Judge, he reported an unreported incident from the previous week. We don't know where that black eye, the injury to her eye came from, and it was never reported. So we're talking about this case in hand. There's no indication that there was any contact made.
Juge li te fait rapport à l'homme qui t'est passé semaine avant qui fait que le te un bagay dans les yeux, nous pas contre qui le ça arrivé, mais pas de gain qui t'est arrivé jour que fait rapport sur accident ça.
Thank you for the excellent argument from both sides.
Merci pour tous les deux arguments excellents des deux côtés.
Probable cause for the assault is clear.
Il est très clair que il y a assez de raisons que t'es attaqué dame non?
And while the previous incident was previously unreported,
Et malgré que l'incident t'est passé avant, il pas de faire rapport sur lui.
it's reported now.
Il reporte Kounyal fait rapport.
Now, while your probable cause affidavit and charging document
Et comme affidavit cause probable et accusation et papier accusation,
will need to be more specific about date and time of the previous incident.
A besoin de plus spécifique sous date avec le premier incident qui est passé.
That can be done through a bill of particulars
Et nous capables de faire à travers papier particulier.
or the filing of an information.
Depuis là, nous déposer papier.
But at this time, I find probable cause.
Mais là, kounya, m'joine que gagne ses raisons.
I'm going to, because he has no priors,
Parce que il n'y a pas aucun antécédent.
set a $750 fine on, I'm sorry, $250 on count 1 and $750 on count 2.
Donc, ma balle caution $250 pour accusation numéro 1, $750 pour accusation numéro 2.
I'm entering a stay away order
Et
Right.
gon l'autre campé loin.
from Hurley Jean.
De Berlin Jean.
Anything further need to be done on Mr. St. Felix's case? Okay. Thank you. Let's move to Enan Braod or Broad. Okay. I don't know what kind of argument you might have with probable cause, but because I find probable cause very clear from the probable cause affidavit. State, do you have any indication of prior offenses outside of Florida?
Your Honor, at this time, the state does not have the national priors of the defendant.
Is there any reason why I would not enter a standard bond of $1,000 here in the stay away order?
Your Honor, reading the A form, it seems as if this was a particularly violent offense. And with that being said, the state would ask for an elevated bond.
Judge will be objecting to elevated bond. There is no indication that Mr. Browd has any priors. He is this only charge here, so we'll be objecting to the elevated bond.
Well, I can't think of any reason why an extra 100 or 150 bucks to a bondsman is gonna keep his hands off this woman other than my stay away order. So I'm gonna leave it at $1,000 bond. Sir, please make sure that the public defender has your telephone number because you have a criminal case pending now in Miami-Dade County. There's a stay away order entered from don't have the name of the victim here. I have initials of TJ,
Yes, that would be for Trayon Jones.
Crayon Jones. Okay, stay away orders entered. Good luck, sir. Moving to Renell Soder.
Oh, Judge, he needs, Mr. Soldier needs Creole interpreter as well.
And again, we've got a really good one here. False reporting of a crime. Don't see that every day. Always had on domestic. All righty. Any argument with regard to probable cause, counsel?
Judge, on the second page of the arrest affidavit, it says, officer states that this case should be considered closed by arrest. So we're asking it for him to be released outright.
Avocat la défense lan dit que de dans deuxième page dans affidavit d'arrestation, le policier a dit comme ça que faut que tu fermé car.
Mr. Ziegenher, you on the screen somewhere? How do I allow him to speak?
Qui je me faire qui me quitte le parler?
I always like to hear from Mr. Ziegenher.
How are you, Judge? Great to
I'm
see you.
great. Any particular defendant that you're here for, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Alberto Vasallo, case F-25-8441.
Okay, we're gonna be a little bit before we get to the felony calendar,
Not-
sir.
I'm at the court's disposition, whatever you need, Your Honor.
Okay, good to see you.
Over.
Let me return to Mr. Soiter. I do find probable cause here. But when they say closed by arrest, it means for the police department, they closed by arrest, not the court.
Moi, ouais, que j'ai assez raison pour ça. Là, que dit au fait, mais là, avec arrestation, c'est pour le département de la police là, c'est pas pour le tribunal là.
However, I'm gonna give them pretrial services.
Cependant, bon programme qui relève pre-trial services, service
fine.
avant jugement.
So I do find probable cause. The difficulty I have here is whether to enter a stay away order or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alors, difficulté que m'ke kounya là, c'est est-ce que pour me ballon l'autre camper loin ou bien si pour me pas ballon l'autre camper loin. Avocat l'État a dit oui, votre honneur. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. In this case, the state did fill out a stay away order, being that it was a domestic battery case, but reading the facts of the case, we don't believe it would be necessary.
Okay.
Avocat l'État a été rempli une forme vraiment pour demander un l'autre camper loin parce que c'est un fait de violence domestique, mais après que nous revoilons, il n'est pas nécessaire.
I'm not gonna enter a stay away order in this case. Pretrial services, probable cause found.
Donc, je ne pas pral ba on l'autre camper loin ou pral non programme qui les pre-trial services, qui c'est service avant jugement.
Your Honor, the alternate bond,
500.
Et caution, sous pas vle faire programme non, caution $500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that'll next take us to sure, Kimberly Baracales Alvarez.
Judge, we need a Spanish interpreter.
I'll bet we can find one.
One of your guys is out here, Robert something, I think he's the right hand, he's out here, okay.
Do we have our Spanish? Oh, yes, we do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
For this probable cause affidavit.
El señor juez ha visto la affidavit.
Fires on this gentleman are inclined to give him pretrial services.
Estoy inclinado a darle un programa previo a juicio a este señor.
Your Honor, the state would be asking in this case that there be a monetary bond. And yes, just being as the battery itself appears to be quite violent.
La fiscal está inclinada a darle una fianza monetaria debido al tipo de agresión.
Judge, would you be objecting to the monetary bond?
Pretrial services, alternate bond, 500.
El señor juez le ha impuesto el programa previo a juicio con una fianza alternativa de $500.
I'm entering a stay away order from Rosa Ortiz.
Y hay una orden de alejamiento para la señora Ortiz.
If you violate that stay away order, Mr. Barricades, you'll be going to jail. You understand?
Si usted no cumple con esta orden de alejamiento, va a ir a parar a la cárcel, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
Moving to Roland Galliano Amador. We may need the services of the interpreter for Mr. Galliano.
Very well, my judge.
Just taking a wild guess.
Okay.
No, we don't, Judge. He speaks English.
Okay, super. Thanks for keeping me honest. All right, let's take I'll take any arguments you have with regard to probable cause, but I think it's clear from the first paragraph. I want to find probable cause. I don't see any priors. You've been with this woman 4 years. I'm inclined to do pretrial services. Our pretrial services alternate bond $500. There is a stay away order, however, that I'm going to enter here to stay away from. I don't have a name. I have initials of YG. So when they let you out, before they let you out, you're going to have to tell them where you're living. And it's going to have to be someplace different than where this young lady's living, Mr. Galliano. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Speak a little bit.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Make sure the public defender has your telephone number.
What's your number?
Okay, go to James Camp. What's all these people from Michigan all of a sudden? Where's Livonia, Michigan? What's that close to, sir?
Right outside Detroit.
Right outside Detroit. I'm heading up there next weekend, or actually 2 weeks, to go to Ann Arbor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There you go. How about that? Let's see what's going on here. Mhm. All right. I'm finding probable cause off of the allegations in the probable cause affidavit. And I'm not going to do pretrial services because they're not going to, pretrial services will not take somebody with a Michigan address. So I'm going to leave it at $1,000 bond at this point, but I will enter a stay away order. Stay away from Mr. Michael Tersigny. All right. And Mr. Camp, I see there's a telephone number on your probable cause affidavit. If that's not correct, you'll let the public defender know. Make any comments about the lemonade bottle. Okay. And then I've got Robert Hubbard.
That right here, that's close.
That's in Robert Hubbard. Who do I have here? Let's try it this way. What's your name?
My name is Robert Hubbard. I
Oh.
go by Lyra.
Okay, Lyra, sorry, I got confused. I got confused there for a
No, it
moment.
happens all the time. No problem.
Sure it does. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. You're from San Francisco.
Yes.
Like they responded over to the Marriott.
Which I called the police.
Okay, sit tight. The public defender gets nervous when you start talking.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. There's a show up and somebody's got to go to jail. But I do find probable cause. On this case. And I'm going, because pretrial services will not take somebody who lives out of town, I'm going to go ahead and leave in place $1,000 bond. I am going to enter a stay away order from MM, who I think we can confidently identify as the Aunt Monique Moody. Okay, Robert, please make sure that the public defender has good contact numbers for you and stay in touch with them with regard to this case, okay?
Judge, what was the bond?
$1,000.
Thank you.
So now I can call my mom.
All right, so now we have some add-ons. I don't have prior on these add-ons. If you look at them up quickly, oh, you have them?
There's a battery condition and on the
I tell you what, can you pass it up? I read these. Oh, I see. Okay, that's fine.
We just make notes for ourselves as well.
Good, I appreciate that. I read these all day long. All day long.
Just the one. Oh, there was another one.
All right, I got Jose Ramos. That's not Jose Ramos. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's not Jose Ramos. I was wrong last time. It's not Nadja Perkins either. Sir, what is your name?
His name is Daphnis Chandrick.
Okay, so there's apparently, I see, a warrant issued on case number, I guess that's M18, 27,699. Set for civil compliance, 5/21/25 in the courthouse center. So what do y'all do with one of these? I don't have any paperwork on it either. Where's that?
Your Honor, he also will be on your jail arraignment calendar. He has 2 traffic cases.
So just for these warrants are these outside the bench warrant. And
Give him a date.
give him a date, which is the date I will stay here. And he is re-enrolled back into, he needs to re-enroll back into the advocate program.
And it's the advocate program that for civil compliance, is that money or some conditions that he had?
The conditions from the advocate that he did do.
Okay. And what was the charge back in that case? Is that a criminal case?
No. This is a civil case.
Civil case.
And he has,
For what, child support?
no, this is for civil case.
Oh, civil injunction matter. Okay, good enough.
And it's permanent until there.
Till 29. All right, so now that it's been explained by the clerk to me, Mr. Perk, Daphnis, what I've got here is you got a domestic violence warrant for civil compliance. You're required to go through the advocate program. That through a part of an injunction process that expires in 2029. I'm going to ROR you now. Here. Okay.
Judge, Mr. Daphnis never got notice for the advocate program, and so we're saying there's not.
You're gonna ROR him.
Okay, okay.
Talk to the judge on May 21 at 1 p.m. in courtroom 2A at the courthouse center. That's not the juvenile center?
That's it.
At family, okay. Okay, got it. All right. Isn't that the Lawrence building, Lawson building or something like that? Okay, the Lawson building, the courthouse center, courtroom 2A. Please make sure that he gets notice of that public defender because he's going to want to be there. Apparently, I have 2 traffic matters that I'll be dealing with him later. So I'll see you in a little bit, sir. Hey, pleasure. All right, we have an add-on of Mr. Jose Ramos. I'm finding probable cause from the face of the probable cause affidavit. I am inclined. Oh, let me see what he got here on.
Judge, they're homeless, and him and the alleged victim are homeless, and they no longer have custody of the child. So we would be asking for a tap.
Oh, DV doesn't do tap.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Frustration, sir. And I'm not sure pretrial services can do anything because it doesn't have a place. Do you think your office might go to work at helping him find placement for housing?
Yes.
I'm going to give him pretrial services. They're not going to take him out till they find housing. And if it creates a problem, bring it to the division judge and see what you can do. I don't like to release, I wouldn't ROR because I just don't release people into the air without an address like that. And I'm going to go ahead and enter a stay away order.
Sorry, Judge, what judge you mentioned?
I don't know. I don't know who the division.
No, you said the title of the judge. Division judge.
Whoever this case is assigned to. I have to enter a stay away order from Shelley Marie Weeks. All right. Good luck, Mr. Ramos.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the district?
No. It's pretrial services. It is not an ROR, please.
The alternate bonds are 1,500 and 150?
That would be good numbers, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, that appears to clear a domestic violence calendar. But if we wait around a few more minutes, somebody will hit somebody. We'll have a couple more. All right. So what's our next calendar? Oh, is it? And
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here for the city of Miami Beach for the jail arraignment calendar.
okay. All right, well, we will start the jail arraignment calendar as soon as we change out some personnel here. Those of you waiting at home or watching this from home, thanks for joining us. And we'll get to Mr. Ziegenhurt later. I don't know when we're going to do the felonies.
So you don't have a pretrial officer for jail.
I'm sorry. Say that I won't have a pretrial services officer for jail arraignments.
Yes, sir.
Why, you don't take those people?
We do, we just don't, we probably do all of those, we, and they said, special.
I'm sorry?
And it's, I'm sorry, I told, but it's at your discretion, we probably just do.
Oh, okay. So if I order pretrial services for somebody on the jail arraignment calendar, you guys will take care of it. You're the best. Okay. So I'm waiting to start this with a change of personnel. Who changes? This guy? You're out of here. Sure, you get to leave. We gotta hang out. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break.
I think that's a really good. How to do that, you don't, but it is.
Did you do?
I wrote it, I did, but I was gonna bring it back, that was it, Sunday. Because I'm in my house, you know, something. Yes. On your file, it's just-
Yeah. Mine looks like. Great. Oh, that, yeah. Like so much. Yeah, you know. Yeah. What did you try? All the no. Yeah. She started when she was at 4:55. She started. Everything worked on hours. And we back up early. Oh, yeah, the next day. Yeah. Wow. She didn't stop that afternoon calendar like that. That's ridiculous. She's been doing that for years. It's still not. Wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We had them a couple weeks ago. Hey, honey. Come on, baby.
Oh, honky inventory. Tell me that our full calendar for Judicial tomorrow. Yeah.
Hi, Jeff. These are the long hours for people in the
Where do you want me to sign this up here?
No, right here.
Down here?
Yeah.
How do I know they really found it out?
Because they are in space. They're the rest of the time.
Do I have to, I have to trust you on this.
That's right.
All right.
It's on me and you if it's wrong.
No, I'm putting it back on you if it's wrong. You kidding? I know how this works. All right. Put it back. Oh, and you, All right, have a good weekend. You too, Jeff. All right, but you've already written on here, bond out. You're good. We're in good shape.
Yeah.
Okay, you got cards for me, State Attorney? And do you need these back from the TV? Oh, yeah, I'll like put them between the pages of my scrap. Okay, save them forever. Thank you very much. Oh, where you got that many people here? Seriously? Already. So these are, but these are the felony ones as well. Those have a great day. Me too. Take care. All right. And to me, we got some serious ass prayers. I love that. Okay. I don't care. One at a time is fine. Get some exercise going here. All right, so let's see. I have a clerk. I have see ya. So the attorneys have got a public defender on the screen. Who's this? That person. Who are you? Yeah, well,
I'm the second one.
wait a second. Okay, got it. All right. Decorations. Need some decorations about. I'm sorry. If she doesn't behave, I want her out of here in a heartbeat. Good enough. She seemed to like that idea. Yeah, I will as well. Okay. All right. Let's see if corrections is awake.
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right. Have the the prisoners on the jail arraignment misdemeanor calendar been advised by video of their appointment of the public defender and the purpose of this hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Have they all been sworn?
Yes, this is the same individuals you had earlier.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Then we're going to start with Shavana Tyson. That's oh, that is a bond ad. How about that? So I guess you probably want me to write that on the
I'm sorry, Ms. Tyson is present, Your Honor.
bond ad. Okay. Let's take a look at what we've got.
Okay.
Phone number?
All right. Well, I guess we're lucky to find probable cause on this.
417-7426.
Now,
Your Honor, in this case, we would ask it be placed on the homeless calendar.
placed on what?
Homeless calendar.
Okay. So that would entail that she be ROR'd. Is that correct?
If she's already
There we go.
Oh, that would, if she is ROR, then we would ask that you place her on the homeless calendar.
We have no objections to the ROR if it's ordered, Judge.
Yeah, but imagine you're not going to have an objection to it. I don't really want to turn out into the air. Do you mind telling me how long your client's been in Miami?
She's been in Miami a couple of days, but she's from West Palm Beach.
How about that? Does she have a place to live?
Yeah, she has a place to live with her mother.
Is that in West Palm Beach?
Yes,
Yes.
Do you know what that address would be?
1928 Beautiful Avenue.
Say it again, 1948
Oh,
what?
1928 Beautiful Avenue, apartment B.
Beautiful Avenue?
Yes,
And that's apartment B? I hope
Yeah.
we see this, everybody.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
Florida, do you know the address, the zip code there?
33417.
417. Does anybody know if Blue Cross Services will take her for release in West Palm Beach? State, do you have a position on this?
Yes, Your Honor. So being as it's an indecent exposure, we would ask that it should not be ROR'd. We're unaware exactly if Regional Services, being as she's out of county, would take her. So in this case,
Declaration over here indicates no.
no, okay. Therefore, we would ask for standard bond.
All right, I'm gonna make it a $500 bond. Call your mom, see if you can get bonded out, okay?
I don't have
Judge, she herself is homeless, so we would be objected to the monetary bond.
Just gave an address, sir, and that she would be residing with her mom.
Yeah, but her herself, she doesn't have a residence, so her having a monetary bond if she's homeless she's homeless. But she could live with her mom. She could stay there with her mom, but her herself.
Good place for her to live while this case is pending, and I'm gonna leave it at a $500 bond.
$50.
All right, anything else that I need to write on here, Madam Clerk? I'm just gonna put PC found $500 at the right place.
You can put bond.
Bond.
That's good. And you say, thank you.
Okay, I do it right for you, okay? All right, let's go to Bernadette Laville. The theft charge. Are you Bernadette? No, that's not Bernadette.
Judge, 1 second.
Sure. That is not how you spell Brazil, I think.
I probably can't tell you. Yep, definitely not that.
But sure, I'll be happy to hear from you, ma'am. Thank you. Who do we have here, sir?
Reading.
Okay.
Didn't I just finish with your case? I'm sorry, what is this? Tell me this defendant's name, please.
This is Tamia Dean.
Tamia Dean. That's not the one we just did. Oh, I see it right here.
Yeah.
Okay, I was moving forward
Oh,
too.
man,
All right, then let's call Tamia Dean. What happened to Bernadette Laville?
Let me see, John.
we just passed Bernadette.
Somehow I got
right.
Tamia Dean first. All right, let's deal with Tamia Dean then. Okay, surely. Surely. All right, she's charged with petty theft for stealing a red stuffed animal and food item. What says the state on this?
Your Honor.
Okay. Giving you long enough to respond. I find probable cause. Release to the pretrial services, alternate bond.
I apologize in the delay.
Judge, can we request an ROR? Miss Dean has nonviolent priors. The last two cases were no prost, and yeah, she has no violent priors, so we're asking for an ROR.
Denied. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $500. There's a stay away order being entered as well from the location where the theft occurred,
Who did it?
which is the Family Dollar located at 14400 Northwest 27th Avenue. Do it.
Alternate $500?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, can we go to Bernadette LaVille?
How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this your current hazard?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks. Now, why don't they have a representative here during the arraignment for pretrial purposes?
They'll come and pick the paperwork up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do they not want people in pretrial services on this or?
I'm sure they know. And that's not covered.
Okay. Good enough. Just seems right on these cases. Getting the bonds and the money doesn't really serve that much of a purpose because you're not producing people. All right, so we've got Bernadette LaVille here. I've got probable cause appears to be apparent from the probable cause affidavit. I'm going to find probable cause. And obviously, I don't want to usurp your function there, public defender. If you come across a case where, gee, you want to argue the probable cause issue, please tell me and we'll address it closely.
Yes. Yes.
So let's look at a bond issue here. Oh my goodness. Back in the 90s.
Yes, Judge, we'll be asking for ROR. Yeah, these are old cases from the 90s.
Okay. But 180 days she did back in 2023 is not an old case. I got a couple from 21, 22, and 23.
Nonviolent crimes.
True. That's very true.
The state would be asking for an elevated bond in this case.
How elevated?
Your Honor, we would be asking for $750.
$750 in a bond?
For a nonviolent judge, we object to a nonviolent. This is a nonviolent offense. Why would there be an elevated bond?
Because it's a standard type of condition, the way we've been working for the past 500 years. I'm sorry, for the last 75 years in this jurisdiction. Monetary bond stuff. And you haven't given me any indication that you would not have the opportunity to post such a bond. So I'm not sure if $750, but at this point, I'm going to make a $500 bond on this and a stay away order from Target. In fact, I'm going to make that every Target, the United States of America. You'll have to online at Targets now.
Judge, can we request a pretrial services then? It'd be difficult for her to afford the $500 bond.
Well, give me some evidence, sir. The probable cause affidavit says that she's self-employed. How long has she been self-employed, and what is she self-employed at?
I'm on food stamps.
She doesn't have a job and she's on food stamps, Your Honor.
And who pays the rent at 6105 Northwest 15th Avenue? Who does she live?
Her daughter pays the rent.
I'm homeless right now. I'm not living, I'm staying with my daughter and my daughter pays all the bills.
All right.
I'll tell you what, public defender, you are relentless, but so persuasive. Pretrial services, alternate bond 500. Stay with order entered. Good work. Let's call it, we said Miss Dean. Let's get Keisha Hill, please.
Looks like she did she? Your Honor. Oh, oh, just one. You know what?
She's currently out on it. I'm sorry, F-25 also. Okay, I find probable cause in this matter. I'm gonna leave the $500 bond, I'm gonna place a $500 bond on this in a stay away order. And the reason why I'm leaving a $500 bond on this is because she's out on a felony bond right now. Is there a felony hold on her?
No.
Anybody? Anybody?
There's nothing listed on the jail card, Your Honor.
Corrections, nothing listed on the jail card. Well, what happened to F-25-3354? She's also out on bond on B-25, 2820. I'm gonna leave a $500 bond on this and stay away order for Walmart located at 163rd Street in Northeast 14th Avenue.
Judge, she's homeless and she would not be able to afford the $500 bond, so we'll be asking for pretrial services.
That'll be denied.
Your Honor, she's out on that case, that F-25-3354.
What about?
Are you placing a hold on that case?
I am.
Yes, it's set for
Felony hold is automatic. Does that have to be ordered by the first appearance judge?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
My understanding was a felony hold is automatic, and that, or does it have to be placed on the?
Yes, you have to indicate whether you want the hold or not.
Oh, yeah, I want a felony hold.
Thank you.
Good. All right, let's move to Amy Davis, Amy Melissa Davis. All righty. You get the objection and finding probable cause here. And state any objection to pretrial services.
In this case.
Oh, what's your name? I'm sorry. What's your
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $500. And I'm entering a stay away order from the Frisco Imas in Hialeah on 68th Street. Good luck, ma'am. Stay in touch with your public defender. Okay, it looks like we're going to traffic now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge, sorry, that was you said what was the amount for the bond? For Miss Davis?
On Miss Davis, it was pretrial services, alternate 500, stay away order from the Fresco Imas.
Okay, thank you.
The bond out, right? I know, but is it for the person underneath or for this person?
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving to Trixie, or Katie Trixie Rojas. Found herself with a suspended license, failed to pay traffic fine. Thank you. Judge Namath's gonna be upset with me if I set aside a bench warrant like this. Do you have anything with Director Pryor's review with that?
As far as priors, they have two recent battery priors. Yep.
Katie Trixie Rojas?
Yes.
Two recent battery
Oh,
priors?
well, a battery from 2022 and 2020 and in 2013, two drug offenses. As far as traffic offenses, their only other traffic offense was an expired deal from 2019.
Judge, this warrant is based off of driving with license suspended for failure to appear. And from my understanding, we have received information from the state attorney's office that traffic offenses such as this should be ROR'd from Kathy Fernandez Rundle.
From her directly?
I got an email. Driving with license suspended for failure to pay or appear. We should be requesting, we will be asking for ROR.
Okay. Ms. Rojas, we got an address here for you, 4050 Northwest 135th Street, Building 10, without an apartment number. I want to make sure you get appropriate notice, okay? What is your correct address, please?
I can give you my mom's address.
She's currently homeless, but she can use her mother's address.
That'd be good enough. Do we have a way to get that into Spirit?
Yes.
We do? Good. What is the current address that you would use, ma'am?
3153 Southwest 4th. No, 3153 Southwest 4th Street. Miami, Florida 33135.
Is that an apartment or a house?
The house.
Unit number. Okay, good. All right. I'm going to ROR her. Keep an eye on that mailbox because you found yourself wearing orange because you didn't show up for traffic court or didn't pay your fine. Okay. So please keep an eye on that. You can be ROR'd. Now on this, I guess I put it right here. Okay. Sandra Rivera. I need to know more about her traffic record, please. I see we got expired DL, but I don't see anything about suspended. Say that again, please.
This defendant doesn't have any traffic priors or any criminal priors. Typically, we would be okay with ROR, but since she was picked up on a bench warrant, the state would be asking for pretrial services. Defense was correct in that we do ROR on traffic offenses. However, that's when there's not a bench warrant in play.
Can the state repeat what they just said? I didn't hear.
They said the information you have from Kathy Fernandez Rundle that we should ROR all these traffic offenders doesn't count when there's a bench warrant.
Okay.
What's a good address for you, ma'am?
Sorry, I apologize. She needs a Spanish interpreter. I apologize.
Señora, ¿cuál es su dirección?
Oh, the address?
Yeah.
La dirección.
2360 Southwest. Oh, 2360 Southwest 3rd Avenue. This is the last one.
Yeah, that's where we sent notice before. These are the only traffic offenses she has?
Yes, you're right.
All right. I'm going to ROR her. I'll take the heat from Judge Capote. I'm going to release her, but she needs to report to court when she is told.
Usted encendió, señora, le van a dejar salir bajo palabra y regresa a la corte cuando le citen.
Yeah, that's a RR on all three cases.
Wait one second. Wait one second. No, I tell you what. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna leave these bonds in place. They're $150 bonds. These are Driver's license expired on 3 separate occasions, and then a failure to report to court. And based upon that, I'm not gonna do an ROR. Miss Rivera needs to have some skin in this game.
El
All right.
señor juez va a dejar impuestas las fianzas debido a los antecedentes penales que usted tiene.
Bond said it. We'll put that right here.
Yeah,
Put it right there.
yeah.
Okay.
Judge, that was $150 bond, you said? For each
$100 per case.
Per case.
$250 per caso.
Okay, there you go. Moving now to Jordan Ramirez, I think. He's currently being held on a couple of probation violations.
Your Honor, for Mr. Jordan Ramirez, he refused court.
Okay, then I guess I just want to reset this till tomorrow. $429. Oh yeah, Gerald covered yesterday. How about that? All right, thank you. This must be Gregory Polonies.
Yes.
All right, I got him on a misdemeanor battery charge here.
See that?
Are you regarding probable cause any?
Yeah, yes, Judge. There was spit, but there was no indication that spit was made contact. So we'll be asking for finding that there's no probable cause.
All right. Denied. And the second paragraph, last sentence indicates, victim indicates that he felt the spit on the back of his head. I find probable cause for a battery. I can't believe this. Yeah, I can't do anything with that. My granddaughter calling.
So Judge, can we get PTS since he's homeless?
If they'll take him.
Your Honor.
No, they won't. He's got no address. How are they going to take pretrial services on this?
Oh, I apologize. My mistake. I meant tap.
Excuse me for a minute, so I can silence this. Excuse me for a second.
Battery. We spent 16.
All right, sorry for the interruption. Well, let me see. I hate to ROR him if he's homeless.
Your Honor,
Child Services won't take him.
being as he has 3 prior battery convictions, we would ask that Your Honor not ROR him in this case.
No.
From 2020.
He's batteries, got this going on. And I'm sure the police officers on Miami Beach would love to see him back on an ROR. How about if I gave him TAP? That sounds like a winner.
TAP.
Work with him on getting a place to live, alternate $1,000.
You got tapped.
Okay, good luck, sir.
In the stay away order, Your Honor.
From whom?
It would be from
Daniel Urbanus.
Yes.
All right, I'll enter a stay away order from Daniel Urbanus. It did not mark stay away order after that April.
Oh.
All right, let's call up Ron, correct?
Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Good morning. Okay. Okey doke. I do find probable cause on a municipal ordinance here.
Your Honor, he has several recent priors, including an open misdemeanor from March of 2025, as well as
Sure.
a couple.
Under B256375, he also has managed to get himself arrested about half a dozen times in the last 6-8 months.
Yes.
I'll bet they're all on Miami Beach too. Well,
Possibly.
Judge will be asking for TAP.
And I'd be asking for at least a standard bond, Your Honor.
I tell you what my experience with TAP is, he's not getting out of jail till they find him a place to live. Has been the way I understand they work this. And I will make it TAP alternate bond $500. And how about a stay away order from the 1100 to 1500 block of the Bay Walk? Actually, is this on the west side, Bay Walk?
It is, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, then a stay away order from the 1100 block to the 1800 block of Bay Walk on Miami Beach. Could you prepare that?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck. That was an alternate though.
1100 to 1800. I'll take this to Eves. Valdemard. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Judge, can we pass Mr. Goodnard? He's not here yet.
Sure. Does that take us to Benjamin Dawson? What happened to Ronaldo Gorillas?
Yeah.
Bond out.
Found out. Okay, thank you. I'll take this to Benjamin Dawson. He finds himself arrested for a petty theft. Well, we haven't seen him in a while.
Judge, there's no probable cause in this case. There's no amount of what was taken.
Well, if you don't have an amount, then doesn't that mean it's a petty theft under a certain amount, but it's just a lower level of a
Yes,
misdemeanor?
Your Honor, he's been charged as an M2.
Yeah, no. I just asked my question. Test the position. All right. Well, I find probable cause on an M2 because I have to believe that if there's a television that's being sold at Walmart, it's got to be worth something. So I do find probable cause for petty theft. You often deal with the amount later. The larger question is what we want to do with a bond, because I don't have a problem with pretrial services on this gentleman.
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask at least for a monetary bond to be imposed, being as all his priors are a bit older. He does have multiple theft priors.
Okay, the last theft he was in 2003. All these have been with holds or no cross. So we'll be objecting to the monetary bond.
The state does agree that they're older, but he has had at least 9 theft arrests. So we'll defer to Your Honor.
State makes a compelling argument, $500 bond, day order from the Walmart. Make sure I'm sending this. All right. Good luck, Johnson. Okay, Jesse Presley. All right, Presley. I do find probable cause unless there's something I'm missing here.
Sorry, Judge, just looking for his A form.
Okay.
Judge, we'll be asking for an ROR.
Your Honor, in this case, the state would highly object to being released with on repugnance, being as he has 4 pages of priors. The state can't even count how many of them, and many of them are theft arrest and many convictions.
Yeah, but what about this?
Oh no, I want to hear your client. Feel free to tell us what you'd like to tell us, Mr. Presley. Go ahead. Come on, counsel. He wants to talk. I'll give him a Fifth Amendment.
Judge Hurst, I understand that we got, I got a bad history, but I'll never be able to get over my history, Judge, if they won't allow me to do things I need, like get a job. And I got a job working 3 days a week. All right. I try to take care of myself and things like that. I understand that America does things on history. If they do, Your Honor, then America would never be able to get over slavery. So history should not matter if I got good intentions and I'm trying to do the right thing. I understand that. So history plays a part in everything everybody do.
Got it.
So
I got your history, sir.
yeah. I mean, I ain't homeless, I work and everything. Yes,
Hit
sir.
that mute button again right now, sir, because I'm going to tell you right now, I got your history.
Yes, sir.
And I don't, you know how many people have been arrested 100 times in this county?
And try to make it right. Trying to do the right thing.
Sir, I let you talk. Now you're done talking. You know, you've cost this county over $500,000, either housing you or arresting you or going through court. Time for you to pay us a little, $10,000 bond and a stay away order.
Got a $10,000 bond
You got it, sir. You heard it right. $10,000 bond.
for a misdemeanor.
Judge, he's homeless. He's not gonna be able to afford the $10,000 bond.
No way. How about that? Due to the number of times he's been arrested and is continuing to be arrested and convicted of crimes, he just got convicted of these crimes just within the last couple of months. And if you're trying that hard, sir, then you would know better than to walk in and steal more stuff. You just got convicted on March 1, got 32 days. Prior to that, you got convicted on January 10, 2025. You got 30 days. Okay? In fact, that means that you walked out of jail on that B-24 case and then got yourself a controlled substance possession, not the next day. 10,000. See ya. Go to Richie.
Hey, you know what? What about all the black people y'all done beat and all that?
I don't care if you're a criminal, sir. You get arrested that many times and you continue to turn yourself into our jail like this, that's the fine you're gonna get.
Judge, for the record, excessive bond is depending on the financial resources of the defendant.
Depending on the protection of the community, and I find that the community cannot be protected by anything less than a $10,000 bond. Take it up.
Judge, for the record, that's tantamount to no bond at all. Because
sir, how many times do you want to argue this over again, huh? Richie, it's called the writ of habeas corpus. Get your crayons out and start writing one, sir. Richie Cooper Jr. Can't wait till we get to felonies. All right. Public defender, I'm inclined to find probable cause here, but based on a lack of record here, I think I just pretrial service him. He does have an address, and that would probably work for him. Any objection?
Yes, Judge, we'll be asking for ROR.
Your Honor, the defendant currently has another open petty theft.
I see that under M25-8453. What are his release conditions on that? Couldn't have been too far.
Your Honor, that was picked up just a couple days ago. I believe on the 23rd.
So is this new arrest going to result in a county court judge reviewing his bond conditions or release conditions in the earlier case?
It's likely, Your Honor. Yes, it should.
Is there some type of hold that's placed upon?
I don't see a hold, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you can place a hold if you would like.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and I find probable cause. I'm going to give him pretrial services on this one. There's a stay away order from, I'm going to ask him to prepare a stay away order on Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Cooper. Actually, you already
I
have.
have, yeah.
And that's a stay away order from Ike's Food Center and Fish Shop. Careful, Mr. Cooper. The next guy might not be as nice as me and might keep you in jail pending your theft spree, okay?
Your Honor, maybe have
Your Honor, alternate bonds are 500, 150, and 500.
Yes, ma'am, that's absolutely correct. Thank you so much. Let's go to George Lima now.
Yes, Judge, we'll need a Spanish interpreter.
We've got a good one right there. It was a failure to appear in a bench warrant of $150 entered on April 22 by Judge Marcus Bach Armas.
En el 22 usted no se presentó en corte, eso fue una orden del juez Bach Armas.
Your Honor, in this case, the defendant has opened 2 felonies and it appears another misdemeanor. We were asked for a felony in this case.
All right, he's got, yeah, she did, he's got F-25 5351 and F-25 5377, as well as B-25 5017 and B-25. Well, 5017 is a bench warrant I have right here. Okay, I'm gonna leave that bench warrant amount in place.
Sí, señor. He anunciado que hay unos casos pendientes para usted, casos que están abiertos.
Okay, and you'll get a new date.
Le van a dar una nueva fecha.
Judge, we'll be objecting. Judge, he has 2 priors, but there no action and no prost. And he's homeless. There's no indication that he received notice.
No hay notificación de que haya recibido una notificación para venir a corte porque usted es desamparado, vive en la calle.
Your Honor, there appears to be an address on the.
He has no address. I don't see any address.
Y no veo una dirección acá, dice el abogado.
Is the one that he gave and that Judge Bach confirmed. Let me ask you this. Let's see the notice because there's some added addresses here. So it was sent to 115 East 8th Avenue in Hialeah, Florida, a house, which was an address that was added specifically to the probable cause affidavit in the file, which makes me believe that a judge, like Judge Bach Armas would likely do, took the time to figure out what a good address was for him. So your request there is denied, but it doesn't matter because I'm putting a felony on F-25 5351 and F-25 5377 so that the actually, one second here. I've got no new case. I just got the bench warrant.
We have an obstruction by disguise. We have the bench warrant as well as an obstruction by disguise.
What's the fresh case?
It's the B-25 5017.
No, that's the one with the bench warrant. So I'm not going to put.
Oh, the one with the bench warrant. I apologize to put your honor off, but I believe it was on a driving with license suspended case, which is AKR5MME.
Yeah. So I'm not doing any felony holds because all this is the bench warrant. So I'm just leaving the $150 bench warrant in place with regard to Mr. Lima.
Tiene fianza de $150 y una orden de arresto también.
Okay.
So the $150 is still in place for the bond?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Son $150.
I'll override their bench warrants, Marcus Bach. I don't think so. Okay. He looks pretty strong. You know what I'm saying?
Y hay orden de arresto también.
It looks like Isaiah Thomas is a bond out. Let's go to Jesus Salazar del Villar.
Judge, Mr. Ginard, the one we passed earlier, he's here.
Oh, okay, good. Whoever you present to me first, I'll deal with, okay?
Okay. Just give me a second.
You look a lot like Yves Guignard. Is that you? Okay, sir, thank you. I have a trespass after warning on his case. Open stuff.
Yes.
Got a B252940, B254556.
Series is a tiny shop, Hedera, made for the ivy that grows on its walls. And here, the gelato is infallible.
Thank you. All right. Okay, 808 Collins, he was given a warning not to be there before I find probable cause on the trespass. Any suggestions with regard to the bond status for this gentleman, since he has two outstanding misdemeanors as it stands now?
Yes, along yes, Your Honor. Along with his open cases as well as his priors, he's been trespassed multiple times, so we would ask for elevated fine.
Judge, this gentleman is Mr. Guinard is homeless, so would be objecting to the elevated bond.
Okay, $500 bond, and it's going to be a stay away order from the hotel located at 808 Collins Avenue.
Judge, can we request a tap as an alternative?
Tap. So tap, take the case.
With as many priors, I'm not sure. I don't really know what their conditions are, but I don't know.
Okay. I will give him tap because he needs to find a place to live as opposed to hanging around the beach like this. Tap, alternate, $500 stay away order from the hotel at 808 Collins Avenue. That takes us to Mr. Jesus Salazar Devilar. You're all right working with us in English, sir?
I speak English, I just might forget words or terms.
If you have any difficulty, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right, so, Mr. Salazar Devilar, a visitor from Arizona. Let's see what we got going on here.
From Mexico, sir.
All right, Mexico, okay. Okay, I'm not sure pretrial services or anybody else or CAP is going to take him with an out-of-town residents like that. You think you can make a $500 bond, sir?
Yes, sir.
Judge, he has no priors, and we're asking for ROR. There's a large group of people. He could have been defending himself. No, Judge, we're asking for ROR, please.
Your Honor, also from his own representation, he has no ties to the community. He's from out of the country.
And if he's out of the country, then we don't know about his priors from out of the country. We're talking about Miami County.
A serial killer outside the country. We won't know. Look, sir, he's charged with a number of different offenses here. I have an out-of-town address. He's given me conflicting statements about where he actually resides. Once the A form says Arizona, and he tells me Mexico. I don't think a bondsman's going to be that much help for me, but to release him into the air on an ROR is not something I'm going to do.
Judge, the Arizona address is his aunt's address. He lives in Mexico. It's not conflicting addresses.
Your Honor, that's where there's no guarantee that he would come back.
All right, I'm going to make it very clear. Each one of the 4 counts will have a $125 bond. At the very least, I'll have a bondsman who's worried about losing $500 should we not be able to get hold of Mr. Salazar. But I do suggest to Mr. Salazar that he confirm that 520 number on his probable cause affidavit is actually his telephone number so that the public defender's office can stay in touch with him. Probable cause is found $125 bond on each of these counts.
5 counts.
There's 5 counts? All right, then it's gonna be 6 1/4. 6 counts. No, wait, 6 would make it $750 bond.
Your Honor, 5 counts each is 125, you said?
How many counts? I got 5 or 6?
5.
Okay, then it's 5 counts at $125. That's $625 total, and a stay away order from the ball and chain. Okay, good luck, Mr. Salazar. Let's go to Cedric Brown. What says the public defender with regard to probable cause in this matter?
Yeah, yes, Judge, we found there's no probable cause in this matter. Mr. Brown didn't get a chance to, sounds from the A form, he didn't get a chance to dispel the officer's concerns as to public safety. And he was, according to the A form, he was pulling on a vehicle door handle. It could possibly be his car. And there's no, it's just observations of what the officer observed, but there's no indication that he was committing a crime or about to commit a crime.
A couple questions. Mr. Brown, you still at you still down in Florida City on 2nd Street?
Yes, sir.
You gonna get mail there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna ROR him. Yes.
Just so that they can, for the record, lay their position, he has multiple priors.
Sure, and the last one was when, ma'am?
From the 90s or the 2008 when President Obama was in office.
7 years, done 15 on an armed robbery. But by the way, there's a case that just came out like last month talking about unless the officer sees it, you ain't gonna get an LLP.
Understood, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna ROR him.
That's an RR for Mr. Brown, Your Honor?
ROR.
Your Honor, I have the clerk for DV on the line in reference to the last gentleman, Mr. Jose Ramos that you did. He has pretrial alternate 1,000, 150, and 150.
Yes.
We stated on record that it was 1,500 and 150 as alternate bonds.
Okay, well, I amended it then. Tell them they should take what I wrote as what the current alternates are on those bonds. Is that okay?
Okay, so we're gonna keep it as 150, 150?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just read that case last night. And I didn't necessarily agree with it, but it makes sense. Also, that wasn't the pulling on doors. It was a looking in the windows. But it's sort of like you got a witness who says that. But what if you presented at trial with the witness who said, I see him pulling on the doors, and the cop shows up? Why is that not an LMP?
Right. Or what if you catch it on CCTV? Sure.
But that case was super clear. The officer has to observe it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Good to know. The more you know.
Yeah. Y'all ought to get in the habit of reading the Florida Law Weeklies each week. Yeah,
We really should.
I'm telling you. Because that's what judges are looking for. All right, the next one I'll have here is Gustavo Rodriguez. We go. Oh, it's gotta be a beach case. All right, see what I got here. It looks like a bench warrant for $225 on the 9 counts of living on a boat without safety something or other. Oh, personal watercraft. What about that? What we got here?
Judge, at the time the bench warrant was issued, Mr. Rodriguez was living at his girlfriend's house. See, the address on the A form is his current address, but that's not the address he was receiving mail.
Oh, that's terrible. It's gonna cost him $225 and a fine for his failure to keep the court apprised of where it was and a night in jail. I'm not gonna change this bench warrant on Judge Nunez. $225 remains the bond.
Your Honor, it's a total of 9 counts.
Yeah, and the judge said $25 each count on the bench warrant. $25 each count. You change your address, you're required to let us know where you are. Might do so.
He also has a traffic case.
Let me take a look at that in just a moment. That's a driving while license suspended. Is that a bench warrant or is it fresh?
It's a new case, Your Honor.
Fresh. That's how we came to pick him up on a bench warrant that was issued in April of 2023. Okay. Well, the bond on the DWS will remain $150, and he should easily be able to get released off of that. Okay. Good luck, sir.
Sorry, Judge, you said 250? 250?
No, 150
Okay.
on the traffic.
Okay.
I guess Rita Marie Gonzalez has bond. I have Urban Rutledge as the next case. Is that right? Oh, that's an add-on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Who did you call?
I have an add-on of Irwin Rutledge. Are you guys okay with that?
You need Mr. Rutledge, Your Honor?
Yeah, you have him handy.
No. We have him. He's coming.
I don't have his priors.
He was an add-on. We have one prior of battery. Oh, there's no prior. No priors. Oh, no priors. Just one battery arrest.
He's from out of town too. We don't get a whole lot of people from North Dakota in here. $85.51 Southwest 212. That's out at the out by the turnpike. Is that at the? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to leave a monetary bond on this. Mr. Rutledge. Okay.
Judge, I think this falls in one of the categories sent by the state attorney's office, resisting officer without violence for ROR. I believe it falls in one of these.
Okay.
I may be mistaken, but I believe so.
Could be. I think you are. But in any event, it's whether the state attorney asks me or the state attorney may say their position is that he should be ROR'd. You can tell me that he would be ROR'd, and then I'm going to ask some questions, and then I'm going to make a ruling. What do you say, state?
Not from the state, we would ask for a bond.
Yeah. An ROR to me is a little bit difficult because I have no hold over him and it's somebody who's out of town.
He has a residence in Florida.
Oh,
He has a
that's
residence in Florida and in Dakota.
Where would he like his notices sent to?
He can send the residence in Florida, Melbourne, Florida.
Don't have. Oh, it's still out of town. I can't even give him pretrial services.
Oh, sister.
He has a sister in Homestead as well. He can receive mail from there.
Terrific. Sure. All I really care about is that we send out a notice by snail mail, and that somebody who receives that tells you it's required to be present in court. That's the purpose of having an address. That, so we can send the sheriff out to pick you up.
Yeah, we have the address, Your Honor.
Good. Would you like to share it?
Yes.
On what?
Is that 8?
22.
229163
Southwest.
Southwest
277th Street.
277th Street.
Unit 5.
Unit 5. Color Bay 33190.
I take it you're a long distance trucker?
Oh, I'm local and over the road, sir.
All righty. Dave, I have no priors for him here. Do you have any indication that he's got any priors anywhere else?
No, Your Honor, we haven't received them.
Okay, and we're talking about the resisting without is a failure to come out of the vehicle on an immediate order. I tell you what, public defender, you are relentless. I'm gonna give your client an ROR on this. I do find probable cause. He's gonna be ROR'd. And sir, try and stay out of trouble, would you please? And keep an eye on your mailbox so that you know where to show up when this case comes up again.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
All right, that'll take us to Joseph Junior Pettit June, who did not have a driver's license and failed to show up at Benjamin.
Your Honor, these are added charges. He was in custody from 3/16/25.
Well, he was in custody on 3/16 where?
He was in our custody, Your Honor.
Okay.
He never left our custody.
Where was he on April 22nd, 2025?
April 22nd?
Yeah, he would have been in our custody.
Yes, Your Honor. He's been in our custody since 3/16/25.
And tell me if I'm wrong here, because I'm looking at citation AJWGJCE, and $1,000 bench warrant was entered on April 22, 2025 for failure to appear. That couldn't, I don't care that it's willful or not, but it just seems unfair that he was in our custody and we didn't bring him to court. Now he's reset for a jail arraignment, it says today.
Your Honor, he was trying to get released and this bench warrant popped up.
Yeah.
Because he took a CTS on the F-25 4854.
Okay. Can I take a plea on a no driver's license here?
If they could take a plea right now. If you would like to, but we need to go, please. Yes, are we doing? Yeah.
What's his driving record look like? Well, he's got an extensive record criminally. And he took CTS on the F-20.
Yes, Your Honor, just being.
Oh, I just had this guy a minute ago.
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't remember him coming up.
No, I think
As for today, I believe so.
he took credit time served on his 2 felony cases. 2 felony cases. He's got a B-24 26368 and can we figure out if that's still alive or not?
Your Honor, he was RR'd on that.
Was he really? Okay, well, I'll tell you what then. Where's the body?
You're right.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I apologize. You can continue.
No, I mean, he just got our award on his bench warrant on his B-24 case.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Petit June, he refused court.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, we should lead with that, you know what I'm saying? All right, good enough. I'm just gonna reset this then. Word 27, 25. There you go. That'll take us then to Mr. Gary Donnell Lewis as a bench warrant. Judge Nelson jury trial back in 2024 on DWLS, 9 prior DWLS convictions. He's got 3 bench warrants. Do you have him there? Or did he refuse as well?
He's here, Your Honor. He
I-
also has a fugitive from Broward County, total no bond.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and send them back to Judge Silver and Judge Nelson here. I'm going to leave the bench warrants in place. They remain in case number A2 WO3XE. That bench warrant is $5,500. Well, I tell you what, when you get a bench warrant from a judge at $5,500, they're not kidding around. On case number AJKY82E is an echo. That bench warrant is in the amount of $3,500. That will remain the same. And in case number AIEW1QE as an echo, that bench warrant is $2,200 in front of Judge Silver. That will remain the same also. You're gonna have to
Your Honor,
clear.
we have 2,000.
Oh, do you? Let me take a look at that. It looks like 2,200 on mine, but we'll make it 2,000. That's fine. Keep everything square. And you're gonna want to clear these guys up before you head over to Broward, where they'll really, you're gonna have problems. All right, good luck to you, sir. They'll
Your
take.
Honor, I have one more, the 1PE.
Oh, AEW, right, one Papa Echo. That's the $2,000 bond that I've got. That's in front of Silver as well. All right, I'm gonna set his bond at $2,000 on that one. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Judge, there's no, that's not the address. He never received notice for him to come to court. That's why the bench warrants were issued.
I'm sorry, I gotta pay some money.
That. Well, let me see. The first one is a failure to arrive at a jury trial. I'll bet anything he was represented by the public defender's office. Two of them are failure to show up for a jury trial, and two of them are failure to show up for an arraignment.
The judge, he never got the notice. We show up for a jury trial, he just never got notice.
Where does he live?
535. My address, Your Honor, is 2535 Northwest 51st Street. The last time I got arrested.
No, sir. I want to hear the rest, because if the last time he got arrested, he gave one address and never changed his address with the court, then whose fault is that he didn't get notice?
Oh, Your Honor.
Like that.
Your Honor, I could talk. You do what you want, but you should let me speak on your behalf. I'm trying to tell you what.
Look, sir, I think I got it. You probably changed your address since all this happened, or you never changed the address on the driver's license or in the system that was there for you. But let me suggest this to you, because your lawyer wants me to ROR you, then you're going to Broward County. And this stuff's still going to be sitting here. It would make a whole lot of sense to clear this stuff up first before you head over to Broward County. So, in the absence of additional evidence that the public defender may wish to present at some time before the division judge, I'm going to go ahead and continue this on with the bench warrant bonds that were set by Judge Silver and Judge Nelson.
Your Honor, so we leaving the bond as is, correct?
As I stated, ma'am.
Thank you.
Continuing on with Juan Carlos Castro Joaquin.
Your Honor, he's also held on an AC no bond F21 19939.
Yeah. All right. You've got a $3,500 bench warrant that was entered back in March of 2024 on by Judge Alvarez Zane. How did you come into our custody? That doesn't matter. I'm going to leave the $3,500 bond on the bench warrant. for Judge Zane Alvarez.
Your Honor, just to confirm, he has an open felony. Was there a felony hold?
The felony case number is F21-19939.
Yes.
Says no future hearing, but it's an L&L. Could I ask, anybody have CJIS up?
I do.
Run that number for me. I'd like to know the division. Oh, actually, I'm gonna right now. It's Division 12.
Your Honor, he's already held on the case for AC no bond.
Okay, good enough. I guess I'm gonna address that later, or it's no appear before the county court, before the circuit court judge.
Okay.
All right. In that case, our next case on traffic is George Valdez. Spent $1,000 for Judge Jackie Woodward. And
Judge, we're gonna need a Spanish interpreter. Sorry for interrupting.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Your Honor, he's also has a hold for the Department of Corrections. He's a sentenced inmate.
Señora, hay una detención del correccional.
That's interesting. Sentenced in what?
He was sentenced to 4 years with the Department of Corrections. His release date is 4/30/2025.
Well, it sounds to me like, wow, well, how'd he end up here?
Están hablando de una sentencia de 4 años que usted tiene con el correccional, que donde terminaría el 30 de abril de 25.
Yes. All right, well, what y'all like to do then?
Yeah, Judge. If he was incarcerated, then he would have never gotten notice for the bench warrant. It was not willful.
Cuando usted fue encarcelado, sucede que nunca recibió una notificación y hubo una orden de arresto.
¿Cómo?
Usted no hubo una orden de arresto, pero usted aparentemente no recibió notificación.
Well, let's find out. Out of department custody by court order. It looks like he entered the Department of Corrections. Let's see. He had a willful fleeing to elude that he got 3 years on in Broward. He's got one from leaving the crash with an injury in Broward. But his release date there was 12/7/2023. His entry date, bizarrely, was 2/16/2008. I'm showing a current release date of 4/30. All right, well, we have him now, and this bench warrant was issued when? Anybody know? It's a 2019 offense.
Estamos aquí por una ofensa del 2019.
Where will this gentleman be living then? Oh, wait a minute. I'm showing a receipt date of 12/28/2023. This is crazy. I got offense dates on the Broward County stuff back in 2008. Then he came into custody in Broward in some fashion, and in December of 2023, he got sentenced to 4 years and 3 years respectively. There's a bunch of immigration holds on him as well, meaning he probably was outside of the country and came back, probably. All right. Under the circumstances, you can see what Judge Woodward wants to do, and I'm going to leave the $1,000 bond in place.
Bajo estas circunstancias, el juez ha dictado una fianza de $1,000.
Okay. Go to Michael Alexander Gonzalez.
Although the bench warrant was issued when he was incarcerated?
I don't believe it was issued when he was incarcerated, sir, because he was incarcerated between the dates of, well, it's the offense, he was incarcerated, the sentencing date from Broward County was December of 2023. That's 4 years after the issuance of the citation. And while I don't have the date of the bench warrant, I'm pretty sure it's prior to 2023, because that case was not going to sit around for 4 years before it got resolved. So my best guess is, since the leaving the scene of the crash and the willful fleeing to elude were committed on February 16, 2008, my best guess is he was either out of the country or an AC issued, or maybe he was in prison somewhere else. I don't know. But under the circumstances, you leave it for whoever the issuing judge was, to figure it out in the next couple of days. Because I'm just taking a wild guess. Your suggestion that he's in prison at that time is not borne out by the FDOC records. Was he in federal prison or state prison?
Right, state prison, Judge, and the state attorney should have that information.
I have that information right here, sir. His entry date, his sentence date that sent him to prison was December 7, 2023. Okay, it's on the FDOC website. I'm looking right at it on the screen. Okay.
So if he was sentenced in 2023 and it's 2025 now, and he was sentenced to 4 years, wouldn't he be incarcerated at the time?
Probably had some credit for time served with Broward because they picked him up at some time. Let's take the time and look at it. Stand by for a minute.
Señor, un momentito, el señor juez está investigando su historial.
But I'll try. Not take the time. The hell. What is my password for this? Anybody have entry into the comprehensive port information system? No. I don't remember my password. No. Sorry, can't help you. Judge, Judge Silver, whoever the judge is who issued is going to have to deal with it.
El señor juez no puede hacer nada hoy. Tendría que ver el juez Silver o el juez que le corresponde.
Unless you guys can access Broward's records on him when he got arrested on that. But it's just too confusing. Got 2000 offense date, 2023 sentence date. I'm not, I don't think, allowed to ask your client questions about his whereabouts because it probably would be inappropriate.
Hay
Yes, Your Honor.
diferentes fechas acá y el juez no cree que es apropiado estarle preguntando dónde estuvo usted todo este tiempo. O sea que
Start
tiene
with
que,
where you've been since 2008.
esto comienza en el 2008. O sea, tiene que ver el juez que le corresponde.
Squared away with the county court judge. All right, we're going to move to Michael Alexander Gonzalez now.
Your Honor, you're leaving the bond at 1,000?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think I already gave back to you. Hard to tell. BD wants to continue to argue on all this stuff. All right, I've got a DWS bond of $150 for Michael Alexander Gonzalez. This is just a straight bond.
It looks like he has a.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying to find his A form. Okay.
All of his site. Oh, wait a minute. Here's his A form. He's got a driving while license suspended. Yesterday at 4 o'clock. You have priors on this gentleman?
Yes, it appears he has an open felony. I can show you.
Let me take a look at that, please. Okay, so an open felony F-25-651. I put a felony hold on that right now for Division 12. And you copy that on his F-25-651. I'm putting a felony hold on that for the felony judge to deal with tomorrow or the next day or on Monday. I'm gonna leave
Sorry, Your Honor, can I have that felony case one more time, please?
Yeah.
5-1.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
F-25-651.
Thank you.
Can you pull it up and see this? It says no future hearing. I want to know why. Because if it's closed, I'm not going to do anything with it.
May you repeat the case number?
Yes, it's F-25-651.
He's in the deferred prosecution program.
He's in a PTI. Okay, I'm going to leave the bond at $150. We'll see if they bounce him or not. No felony hold.
May I have that form back? The form.
This,
I think it's going right in.
this one, oh, this, oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, leave it at $150, and if they bounce him out of the PTI, that's up to them.
So Judge, if there's no felony hold and this is
Felony hold on him. If he posts his $150, he should be out.
okay.
All right, move to.
Your Honor, if I may confirm the misdemeanor portion of the jail arraignment calendar is completed. If I could be excused.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day.
ma'am, thank you. All right, let's go to Jose Texiera Marquiana. I bet I'm going to need an interpreter for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a bench warrant that was issued 12/9/24 in front of Judge Pereira for $1,000. What do you have? It's a non-judgment suspension. Do you have any prior?
No criminal prior. Typically run his traffic prayers for her.
Can I get a good address for you, sir?
Judge, we need the Spanish interpreter.
Señor, el señor Juan necesita su dirección.
Yeah, he's talking, yeah.
La dirección es 8300 Northwest
Un momentito, 8300 Northwest.
102 Avenida,
Ajá.
340, apartamento 340.
Ok, eso es Miami.
Doral, Florida.
Doral.
33178, el código postal.
Okay. The address, Your Honor, is 8300 Northwest 102 Avenue, apartment 340, Doral, and the zip code is 33178.
How long have you lived there?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo ahí?
Un par de años.
A couple years.
You need to change the address on your driver's license.
Necesita cambiar su licencia, su dirección en la licencia.
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
That's why
Lo intenté, cuando el año pasado, cuando hice toda la renovación,
Last year, when I renewed it,
no llevé el documento de la dirección y no me la hicieron.
they did not do it because I didn't take the document that proved my address.
And just so your honor, he's had one DWS from 2022.
Judge Ferrer will probably give you a hard time, but I'm inclined to ROR him.
Yeah.
Can we get that new address into CJIS, please? I mean, to Spirit. All right. Well, that's what the problem is, sir. When you didn't change your address, they sent the notice to the same address that was on your driver's license.
Ese es el problema, como usted no cambió la dirección, le mandaron notificación a la dirección que tiene la licencia.
And that's why you got arrested.
Y por eso a lo mejor fue arrestado.
All right, I'm going to ROR him.
Okay. El juez le va a dejar salir bajo palabra de que usted va a regresar a resolver el caso.
We're going to try and put your new address into the system.
Vamos a tratar. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You check on the clerk's computer periodically to see where this case is going, okay?
Vamos a tratar de poner su dirección, a actualizarla en el sistema y de vez en cuando, periódicamente, usted tiene que revisar la corte, sí, el sistema de la corte a ver si ya está.
Ok.
All right.
Correcto, gracias.
Correct, thank you.
Let's go to Amari Quesada Fernandez.
Yeah.
Needs the services of the
Yeah.
interpreter.
We'll need the services of the interpreter, the Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Very well.
Check to see if he has any prior DUIs.
Yes, sir.
Estamos mirando antecedentes penales.
All right, I'm finding a probable cause for a
Sorry, need a second to pull up the A form.
Okay, el juez encuentra que hay un motivo fundado.
Yes, Your Honor. In this current moment, the state cannot see because the citation number is not entered into the system, so we can't see if he's had a prior.
Would you like this citation number?
Do you have a different one than the AKIB9KE?
Well, why don't you run his DL? Do it through the DL.
One, 3-0. 5-0. 0. No, Your Honor, no.
Okay, good enough. All right, do you find probable cause to believe a DUI occurred here? And I'm going to set his bond at $1,000.
Él tiene una fianza de $1,000. El juez ha dictaminado.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte.
Rick, can you, I have an ad on here of Maurice Cobb Jr. Is that you, sir?
You can speak up a little bit. Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Could you please check his priors on, for his driving and any criminal priors? I don't have anything here.
Yes, Your Honor. The state doesn't have any paperwork. Does Your Honor have a form?
I have an A form, it's a reckless driving charge.
May we please have his license number? Just
I can give you the citation number. It's Alpha Lima Echo, India Foxtrot, 6 Echo.
Does a citation, so we would need the driver's license.
My driver's license number is C as in Charlie, 100 541 890210. What is his current bond status, corrections? What's on the jail card?
I have 150, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it appears that the defendant was a previously habitual traffic offender. Nothing recent, and it's no longer one, but he just has had multiple DWIs.
When?
He was habitualized in 2015, and he hasn't received anything since.
Oh, super. All right.
Aside from.
Okay, well, I find probable cause in the reckless driving. It's a little skinny. But I'm just thrilled that you came back from being a habitual traffic offender to get yourself a license. I tell you what, let's make sure we got a good address for you. It's at 6732 Southwest 34th Court.
Yes, correct.
Good address. That's a house, correct?
Yes.
All right, good. I'm going to OR him. You're keeping an eye on your mailbox. You're going to get notice to come back to court here, okay? And you need to drive better. But I'm happy to see you got a license after being an HTO. I know that's not easy.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Got 2 new cases here on Chandrick Gaffney's.
Your Honor, his DB case, you gave him a RR.
Did I? Good on you. Here, these are driving while license suspended knowingly and a vehicle registration expired more than 6 months.
I have the stuff to get my license. I just can't get a date.
What are his
to get to the DMV.
bonds on the jail card for these?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was wondering what is on the jail card. Oh, I've got them right here. The $150 bonds on each of these. Yeah.
On the FHE is 150 and the FGE is 500.
That's interesting. Not what somebody put up here. All right, I'm going to reduce that last one to $150. Both bonds will be $150 each. What do you show as a driving record here?
We do not have one. Being as we only received them during throughout the DD.
All right, I'm going to leave it at $150 each. All right. Good luck, sir.
150 each, right, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Judge, just for the record, he's working on his he's waiting on a date for the DMV to get his license reinstated. You ROR'd on the domestic violence, so I'm requesting an ROR in this case as well.
I heard hard on the domestic violence for a reason, I'm sure, whatever it was at the time. I'm gonna leave him. He's gonna have to bond out on these. Does that conclude our traffic and misdemeanor calendars?
It does.
No, we have a couple, Judge.
Really? What do you got?
Yeah, we skipped a couple. Hold on 1 second.
According to our court clerk, you're out the door. Sorry to hold you guys up. No. 1 second. Well, everybody, stand by. Who is that standing next to you, sir?
Mr. Castro.
And what is he charged with?
Give me 1 second. He needs a Spanish interpreter. That's okay.
Señor, un momentito.
What is he charged with? Do I need to hear him now, or is he on the felony docket?
It was a mistake on the correction by the corrections.
Donna, he was on the misdemeanor calendar. He's from out of facility.
We're taking a 10-minute break. Did they tell you good news? No, juvenile. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. So then set up here. You don't mind. If you want to. No, I'm fine. 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes later. Time, okay? Thank you. Okay, but you got a short calendar? Huh? Normally juvenile is just 1 page. What, 6?
There was Cypress, because then there were other matters over the
I'll leave this here for you. I'm going upstairs to my chamber for a couple minutes. We'll do that if you want. Yeah, we can go. Good.
Yeah, but there was 30 years in response to I actually was oh, well. Okay, I mean,
That's what you can know what the substance of a warrant is when you get to the case. Is it that he pointed on his school or is he arguing with everybody?
Yeah, it's 824584. I told him he had to and they didn't tell me anything about it.
In other words, I'll actually the bonds immediately, because Pete is gonna ask for house arrest after he's done the bond.
It's a misdemeanor, the LWPD is misdemeanor.
All right, that's fine.
Well, the bottom is, sorry, it's done, I mean, because I'm trying to come here, you have to go through, and that's.
You have stack of
Yep, it's not that, how they will.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here, you said tenant.
Does corrections have any interns? They haven't called.
So no, they didn't come.
I hope not. That's the last thing. All right, we're gonna do like what you want. This is how you might work. What? I was so happy. I'm like, okay, we're on good vibes. We're on good vibes. So far. You want cheap ones? Number what? $25 to $29. To give you a heads up, corrections has just called, asked us to do certain ones out of turn. They want us to do from Baki again, Adaya Baki on. This guy was just on calendar.
To start the dialogue.
And then start from page one. Adaya Baki is on page 8, number 25.
Yeah.
He was on the other day for beating up police officer. Yeah. No, this is for removing the monitor.
Yeah. He also did pretty much.
No. I'm talking about fighting cops. And that's an anime fan. I think it's hilarious. It's fun.
Oh, I remember getting you should have
He started cracking up. Um, I don't have requires for this guy. They just keep fighting. No, Timothy Thomas. Not a problem, take your time. Yes, but prior sheet, you got to him.
Oh.
I didn't even have his name.
We don't have. You're connected to something, right? Or like potential.
No, the sheet, if you got you, this, when it got to this one, not like that.
Like it's a approach. Right. Your first hand counter, or
You don't make sense.
even if they found out it's still.
No, that's reasons.
Only thing that's very right. Or
Timothy, hold on. I want to say Timothy Thomas. Page 7. That was you. Yeah, Timothy Thomas III. Yeah, he was the arrest warrant.
And
No. It's just I didn't see any priors.
That one is preferred.
Well, but the bright when it gets to the film, then the bright you're not walking in. But that was great paint coming in the quick. Private students.
And that restaurant that you guys gave me at Arnold's or the prescript something on it.
Just for you to have.
We normally send a copy to the state to code.
And you guys aren't even going to receive it through email in because the system, they're not going to forward it to you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is for our programs.
Ready to go home? I'm happy it's not like Friday.
No.
But at least you took care of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, true. Yeah. I'm just saying actual credit, like good credit, wow.
It's all you got really lucky.
like, think about it next weekend. Easter was last weekend, everyone wants to chill for this weekend, you know?
Reserve the energy.
We have to do that. No, I'm not- yeah. Yeah, I'll say, check it on Sunday, look at the, on Friday, and it's second Sunday.
Oh, to be said, Jim's gonna get you, that's what he called.
I know, right?
That degree is not violent, 2,500, my house.
How much for the contract?
25.
Violent, 503.
And the second degree, I want to say it's 5,075 from the same scale. And first degrees, I think it changes, depends on everything.
How does it want to be first degree thing? First.
That's just a no.
That's no
That was just a no go.
Yeah.
No. No. Make it, calendar thing. Charity. We're doing a bunch of meetings and stuff. It's more critical. Very well. Good job. Big one. Or you get out. You got to want to do something different, fight you every next way. And therefore, watch what it is. They've done it this way for 50 years. Don't try and make us change. Hey, clerk's office, right? Isn't that what it was? That, the age-old thing of you show up every day, don't kill anybody, I love you.
Oh,
Yeah.
What is that? So I guess it's across the board. Yeah.
You know, I think we should go to socialized medicine.
So it's
You know, when government runs healthcare. And then I look at our clerk's office and say, holy shit, I don't think so. Oh, my fault, Judy. No, no. Because your boss tell you to do it the way we've always done it for 50 years. Shut up. No, I know. And look at the siege of shit that we have to deal with. I mean, every other county in the state is not digitized. Why are we not digitized? 2 words: Harvey, Reuben. We were required to be digitalized 10 years ago by Supreme Court order, but Harvey, I don't want to be broadcasting this. Oh, we lost our public defender. Oh, okay. All right, let's go off the record then. Hang on.
All rise and please raise your right hand.
That's you guys. All of you get up, please stand up. Can you all hear me there?
There we go.
There we go. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Por favor, levanten la mano derecha, digan si todo lo que va a decir es la verdad, toda la verdad, nada más que la verdad.
Seguro. Okay, thank you very much. You can put your hand down and you can be seated now.
Pueden sentarse.
Do we have a public defender now? There we go. You're muted, but let's see if we can find Adaya Aki
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
perfectly.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Mr. Adaya Baki, we were told that.
He's coming up, Judge. This is an added charge.
Oh, sure. PD, can you tell us your name, please?
Yes, Jenna Serini, Assistant Public Defender.
Jenna Serini. You guys watch out. She knows what she's doing. Okay.
He's coming up, Judge. This is an added charge.
Which ones are added? The Bat Leos?
I believe it's
The
Are we talking about
criminal mischief is added.
F3 or F25?
F25 8459.
Okay. And these are added because it's a strap alert on April 7. He gets arrested on April 25. These just look like a new case number to me. They're standard bonds for these.
2,500 and 150.
Can the judge hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Judge, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, no. Oh, don't be sorry. Looks like you got a pending armed burglary set in front of Judge Rodriguez, set for 5/29, which sounds to me like a sounding date for a trial on your F-22 case, and you got picked up on this electronic monitoring tampering with a cut strap. So I would imagine there's a felony hold on the F-22 12838 case. Oh, no, there's an AC issue. How about that? All right, so not much I can do. I'm going to go ahead and confirm the bonds on the tampering. What'd you say the standard was?
2,500 and 150.
All right, 2,500 on count one, 150 on count two, and you'll have to deal with Judge Rodriguez on that AC and whether he's going to pull your bond status on the pending charges that you have there. It looks like you also have F-25 8333. I don't have that in front of me. Those are 3 counts.
Judge, the only case in front of you is F-258459.
All right, I've worked on that.
Is already taken care of.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
That's
Judge,
150
if I
on the
may.
insurance case.
I'll be happy to hear from him, but I don't know that there's anything I can do for you, sir.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I have been adjoined to the case as pro se for the last 3 years, and all my case and evidence files are in my private residence. And it would be very difficult with me being facilitated here to continue to be prepared for trial by 6/9. So, I mean, just as a figure of thought of leniency, is there any way that, you know, we can move this forward? Because right now I'm losing everything. All my private residence where the case is at, the evidence is being transferred to the security company that I work for, because I have not been able to work because of the security clearance because of this open case. And I'm just trying to get back to my private residence so I can be prepared for trial on 6/9 right now.
Well, so you're asking me to overrule the AC that was issued by a different circuit court judge, and I'm not inclined to do that.
I'm not asking that. So I'm just asking to reinstate what was originally there, and I would show up. We would show up for 5/29, but as of right now, I have not been able to work the case at all because I have been facilitated here, and being pro se, I'm not able to do anything since all my cases at my private residence.
Well, okay, I think I understand what you're telling me. You were out on house arrest on the underlying charge. What did I just do? I handed you his priors.
George, I'm not showing house arrest on anything on a jail card.
Can I see the priors that I just handed off to that gentleman? Send them out here. As a matter of being polite, let me say this. I'm showing the F-22 12838 charge, which is an armed burglary with an assault, that apparently there's an AC, an alias capias, issued on that case, according to what I'm reading from CJIS. Then you picked up a case in F-25-8333, 3 counts of bat leo, an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and a resisting officer with violence, and a resisting officer without violence. And then, in some fashion, you were on a bracelet and they went to your last known GPS location, right over there by what used to be Westview Junior High, anyway, a couple blocks from there. And they found the electronic monitoring device with a cut strap and you having disappeared. So under those circumstances, that would make me believe that an AC probably was issued in the F-22 case when house arrest let the judge know that your strap and GPS had been found all by itself without you. So I'll go back to the statement that I made earlier. You're asking me to set aside an alias capias that was issued by Judge Rodriguez, or if it came up this past week, it had been issued by me because I was covering for him. And I don't have any reason to believe that I should put you back out on the street when you were out there with an electronic GPS that you cut off. So if you're short your trial materials, sir, you should have brought them with you when you cut off your strap. At this point, I'm going to leave that AC in place and the bonds that are already in place on your existing case. I'm sure you can hammer it out with Judge Rodriguez. We'll be back in court by Monday. And I wish you the best of luck, sir. Good luck.
Judge, for count one, is the 2,500 correct?
That's correct. Okay, let's move to Lonnie Walden. They've asked me to take him out of turn.
This is also an added charge, Judge.
I have no idea what you mean.
The offender special concern.
Well, I guess what you mean is that he's already has an existing felony case?
Yes, he's already in custody on a felony. So this charge that's before you was added.
Okay. Fine. He gets arrested now on a case that was allegedly occurred back in October of 2023. So I'm not going to pull his bond on the F-22 case. He's already being held no bond on that. So on his current case, F-25-8469, I'm going to review the probable cause affidavit for probable cause to see if that's there. It appears that it is. And I'm going to hold him no bond on count one because it's a first-degree felony punishable by life. And on count two, his bond will be 500. Count three will be 1,000.
Your Honor, I do have a probable cause argument for count two.
Okay. The one that's being held on a $500 bond. Okay. Count two will be ROR. Anything else you want to do on this case?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck, sir. Let's go to Yasmani Penalver.
Your Honor, I do apologize. And Mr. Walden, we have.
Mr. Penalver, Judge, this is also an added charge.
I need to. He's got. Sure. All right. ROR. Last one was.
Your Honor, this gentleman is going to require the services of the Spanish interpreter.
And I'm not worried about his stay away order. He's sitting no bond on two armed robberies. He's not going anywhere. All right. We have the services of our Spanish interpreter for Mr. Penalver. Mr. Penalver has a new case in F-25-8457.
Señor, usted tiene un nuevo caso.
He already has a case. Was he out on bond or just?
No, Your Honor, this appears to be a late arrest affidavit, the date of the incident.
You're absolutely correct. Okay, well, grand theft, the previous conviction is in F-25-8457.
Tiene un robo en mayor cuantía anteriormente, una acusación anterior.
They have charges as an F2 grand theft firearm previous conviction.
También tiene luce aquí como que arma de fuego.
Bet you have a probable cause argument.
Your Honor, I submit to the court there is absolutely no probable cause for grand theft of a firearm within the four corners of the arrest affidavit.
Conviction, and the amount we have here of $384.92 does not rise to a grand theft level. What says the state? Do you want an opportunity to prove probable cause on this tomorrow?
Yes,
or
Your Honor, if we may have.
all right, let's roll it till tomorrow, and you can bring additional. Where do I put that?
El caso se va a pasar a mañana. Mañana va a venir de nuevo delante del juez, porque aparentemente no hay una causa probable.
Okay. That'll take us next to Harold. Cheers, Mr. Teaganhurt.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, good, good. Which case is yours? You on Harkness?
No, sir. I am on Alberto Basayo, F-25.
Let me clear the next two that I have, because corrections needs them taken out, and then I'll call your case. Tell me his name again so we can pull it out of Versailles. Okay.
Masayo, Alberto Masayo.
Masayo. Okay, sit tight, Mr. Ziegenhardt.
Got it, sir.
I can. Harold Harkness.
This is also an added charge, Judge, battery by detainee.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and check for probable cause. Okay. And what's the standard bond on one of these? I'm going to leave it at 2,500. All right. And you're in good shape. Okay. And you're in front of Judge. Who are you in front of? Oh, one of my favorite judges. All right. Good luck, sir. I'm leaving it a standard bond. You'll see Judge Jean soon enough. Next one is Kwame Davis.
Mr. Davis refused, Judge.
How about that? He used to be mine. Then I sent him over to Rockport. All right, let's reset him till tomorrow then. Okay. Now, you found him? Okay, good. Super. Corrections, if you can help me out, I'd like to see Mr. Alberto Asalo Perez.
Yes, Judge, he's coming up.
Thank you so much. Right, state, I'm not seeing, I see one prior that was not crossed for felon in possession back in 2018. Did do a little bit of time way back in the 80s. Let's take a look at this. It's an ag battery of a brother-in-law. Is that still illegal?
We're not going to contest probable cause at this time, Your Honor, but would like to be heard on the issue of bond.
Okay, well, yeah, what I do have here, you kicked him a couple of times and pulled a knife. Oops.
Well,
okay. What's the standard bond on this now? Well, corrections, what's the bond that's currently on this now?
It says to be set, Judge.
To be set, okay.
Whenever the court's ready.
All right. Now, the last prior I have, as I said, was the felon in possession that was not prosecuted back in 2018. And the next closest thing after that was a loitering that also got not prosecuted back in 2000. The rest of his priors are back in the 80s. Do you have anything to dispute that?
No, Your Honor, you are correct on his priors. At this point in time, being as it is a violent offense, the state would be asking that he be held no bond. We'll defer to Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he can be held no bond because the only reason I'd be able to hold him no bond is there's nothing statutorily that would allow that. It would be a discretionary call, but I would have to find that there's a hearing, and I would also have to find or a concern for the safety of the community. The last violent offense I have is closing in
40 years.
40
years.
I also see this as a domestic matter. So I'm not going to hold him no bond, but my thought is house arrest.
If we can, Your
Honor. And if you don't mind, Mr. Ziegenhardt, I'm going to do it as I'm going to start you off with a level 1, which is
may I be heard, Your Honor?
With work privileges.
May I be heard just on the issue of bond, Your Honor?
Sure.
Your Honor, this is a situation as first of all, we look forward to trying this case. The facts as related in the 8 form are not correct. He's married 27 years, has 3 children, entire family lives here. He's a homeowner. He has a business. His last prior was at the age of 18, see, first and only. And as far as the alleged victim lives in Orlando. He has no intention of contacting him again. And as far as him appearing back in court, I'd like the court to know that when he was contacted by Coral Gables Police Department, he self-surrendered himself yesterday to the police department in order to be able to face these charges. So he's obviously, I'd argue very clearly, not a flight risk, again, having self-surrendered himself. This gentleman has one prior only 40 years ago when he was 18 years old. He's 58 now. And this, again, is a domestic situation and certainly not as it's indicated in the report. He's no threat to the community. He's in 40 years, he's never had anything. Again, it's one situation with this gentleman, and we look forward to trying because that's not our position. That's not what actually transpired. It's not the place to make the full argument in regard to that. But I think either a reasonable bond, a monetary bond, surety, or a level 3 or level 2 would be sufficient for this gentleman.
Yeah, thought about it. It's a compelling argument, and that's exactly, so strange. It's what I don't hear enough from lawyers coming into court to go through all those factors from 3.131 that you've just done, and they're compelling. My concern is, and Candela, you know how I work. My concern is I got a heated situation here, and just in the abundance of caution, I want to put him in timeout temporarily to make sure that he's monitored, so we're not going to have additional problems. I truly invite you to go talk with the state attorneys who are going to do the pre-file or who are working in Judge Miranda's division about releasing, or lightening up any conditions. But my thought would be a straight level 2 house arrest, waive installation, waive cost, no bond as the alternate. And then you can seek whatever modification you need from Judge Miranda after that. And, mostly I'm concerned about, I don't know how heated this is there now or in the next 2-3 weeks, but I just want to make sure that nobody's getting hurt. So I'm
just again, I don't know if the court caught that fact that the alleged victim lives in Orlando.
Yeah, I did hear that, but that's just highway trip.
Understood.
Highway. So your stay away order non-domestic for JD, the alleged victim in this case. And for now, it'll be a level 2 with standard conditions. And it's always good to see you, Mr. Ziegenhurt.
Pleasure is all mine. By the way, Your Honor, he is going to be permitted to actually work because he owns his own business.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Have a great.
And by the way, for the court certification, Mr. Haybloom has commenced and is in the inpatient facility and moving through very well in the program.
I'm excited. And well, you know what? Judge Verde does a wonderful job, and it's a perfect place for him to be over there.
I agree. Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, Your Honor. See you soon.
All right, let's move to Jessica Carmona, who's on the first page of our 10-page calendar. Ms. Carmona, you look like you're upset about something. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Kind of looks like there's probable cause in this affidavit. What do y'all think about release conditions?
What happened?
The defendant does have some priors.
Yeah,
Like they were from 2015.
They're remote. Plus, it looks like we've got some emotional stuff going on at the time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am. Let me hear from you, Madam Public Defender.
would Your Honor be willing to release Ms. Carmona to pretrial services? She did advise that she has a stable address where she can reside. As Your Honor can see, her record is very remote, and she's not had any significant contacts with the system in some time.
Seeing as there's the state of apprehension because she does have a murder arrest, although remote. How did that happen? Is that?
Yeah, that was transferred and that became an ag bat.
Understood.
I'm not sure though with an ag bat conviction whether pretrial services will take her or not.
Alternatively, would Your Honor be willing to ROR?
Charges. No, I would not be willing to ROR. I certainly don't have a problem with a house arrest, and you can certainly get this up to, keep missing this here. That's Judge Susan. I'm sure if she feels differently about this, or her prosecutors do. And I only do it because I'd like to have some type of supervision, because I don't know how, whether the costs that caused her to be so upset are continuing or not.
If Your Honor is inclined to grant house arrest, would Your Honor consider house arrest with total roaming, waive the cost, waive the fees?
No, where's she gonna go? They have to go to do roaming. That's like putting a paperweight on your leg. Level 2 allows you to do work, church, school, legal, medical. They do give you some hygiene time as well. If you need further times beyond that, you let me know. I once got asked to extend an exotic dancer's curfew to 3 o'clock in the morning on a level 2 house arrest. It's a little disturbing. All right, I'm gonna make this a level 2 house arrest, alternate no bond, and the waive installation, waive cost.
I would ask Your Honor to set an alternate bond. These are bondable offenses.
Okay, I will do so. I will set it at 5,000 and 2,500.
The 5,000 for count 2?
2,500.
Your house arrest? Judge, 5,000 was for count 2, correct?
Yeah, and 2,500 for count 1.
And is Your Honor waiving the cost and the fees for house arrest?
Of course.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. I know the county commission voted on that and waived it, but it took several months before it took 3 months before the clerk's office knew about it. Anybody knew about it, and usually they don't even know now. But you're right. I announce it just because it's likely that somebody's not going to know it along the way. All right. I haven't seen you in a long time, Jenna. You staying out of my division by purpose?
Oh, no, Your Honor. I've been assigned to other divisions and living out my life with the grace and dignity of a monarch butterfly flying against the wind.
Of course you are.
And Your Honor, Miss Lopez Gutierrez will need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Got a good one here. Let's see.
Ms. Lopez Gutierrez has an AC, no bond.
Does have an AC. Who's that in front of? Let me see. No bond. In front of Judge Block. Although this week that would be Judge Della O, because Judge Block suffered a tragedy in his family this week. So not much I'm going to do on the grand theft vehicle. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Okay, do have probable cause for the grand theft. I'm going to leave it at the $2,500 standard bond on that, in light of the fact that she's got an AC already issued in case number F2419649A as an alpha. Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, she will need the services of the Spanish interpreter. Would the interpreter be willing to translate for us?
I'll go ahead and do that. Ms. Lopez, I found probable cause to believe there was a grand theft of a vehicle.
Hay una causa probable porque hay un robo de auto.
On the new case.
Ese es el nuevo caso.
And I put a bond on that case of $2,500.
Tiene una fianza de $2,500 en ese caso.
But it looks like an arrest warrant was issued in the case that you picked up back in September.
Pero parece que la orden de arresto fue por el caso que usted recibió en septiembre.
You will have to see the judge on that case, and I'm sure that he'll look at both of these at the same time to see if any conditions of release are appropriate.
Tiene que ver el juez de su división y él decidirá si en estos casos hay una manera de quedar libre.
Okay, good luck to you, ma'am.
Buena suerte, señora.
Let's go to Lisa Farrell.
Your Honor, I do apologize. I have a stay away order in Ms. Lopez QT.
Ms. Lopez's case for the car dealership?
I'll give it.
Sure, let's go ahead. I'll sign it and you guys can mark your records to make sure the judge at the arraignment lets her know. All right, now we have Miss Farrell, who's charged with throwing a deadly missile and possession of crack cocaine over at Rubio Auto Sales on South Dixie Highway. So someone threw a rock at a Tesla. Is that still illegal? Visible damage on the roof of the car. I'd like to give her tap. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor, I was going to request tap.
I'm not seeing anything recent. Her most recent stuff was 15 years ago. I don't know where she's been since then, but she has no place to live now, and I'd rather she get some services. So on all counts, it will be tap. Alternate will be no bond.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to set an alternate bond since they're bondable offenses.
Bond because tap can be really slow. On the first one, it'll be 5,000. On the second, it'll be 2,500. On the third and fourth, it'll be $500. And you guys should keep an eye, tell the division to keep an eye on it because they tap can be terribly slow at times. It can be a terrific, Judge Lopez. They can be a terrific clearinghouse, but they're not always there. Yeah. All right, good luck to you, ma'am. We're going to try and find you housing, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. I finally have a just, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to Alicia Gibbs. This is different. Oh, this is the one. Oh, you know what? This one.
Yeah.
Your Honor, based on my limited understanding this afternoon that Miss Gibbs had posted the bond for these charges. I may be mistaken, but I don't know if we can confirm.
I don't know. Let's ask corrections. What's going on?
I'm sorry, Judge. What's the question?
The defense counsel seems to believe these bonds may have already been posted. Can you check on that for me?
If they were posted, Judge, she wouldn't be here in court.
They may have been posted, or there might be somebody at the booking desk right now reviewing for bond paperwork. Is there any way to? I mean,
we don't have a way to do that, Judge. She's here on her card. It says first appearance, which means she has to be before you.
Okay.
It was posted. They showed me it in the system.
Okay, just so the court is aware, Miss Gibbs advised that the bond was posted yesterday. I'm just making the court aware.
Well, then why am I putting bonds on the warrant?
Judge, this is the first time she was before you, so it's nothing on the jail card.
I see. Oh, no. The judge puts them on the warrant sheet. Okay, when they come to me and ask me to sign a warrant, I always say, what do you want as a bond? And I write in the numbers that I believe are appropriate. And so that just by de facto, they end up having to sit until they get here because the jail has no means by which to put it on the jail card or in their system because the clerk's office doesn't advise them of the existing bonds on this. Boy, that's a... Yeah. Well, I tell you what, from the position that I'm at right now, All I can do is leave the 26,000 in place. And then the bondsman can find out whoever the shift commander is over at TGK or in charge of the release desk. No, I'm all up. If you got any suggestions, I'm all up for it.
Well, what's happening is, yes, the $26,000 are in place, but it's only as to count one. What they would like for you to do is split the 26,000 amongst all four.
Is that what's going on? Because that's what the arrest warrant actually says. Okay. All right, jail. Here's what her bonds are going to be. On count one, 15,000. On count two, 5,000. On count three, 5,000. On count four, 1,000. I think you've probably figured out what the problem is. Thank you. All right, I do find probable cause. Is there anything else that needs to be done on this young lady's case?
Your Honor, I would simply state that I'm not in a position to see whether there is probable cause from the defense's perspective. The only arrest affidavit we have just says warrant type, arrest warrant. It lists the bonds and the charges. There's no narrative. But Ms. Gibbs has advised that she's posted the bond, so.
I am looking at a statement of facts in support of an arrest warrant that was presented to Judge Chiaka Ihikwaba back on days ago. Let's see if I can get the date. On the 18th of April. It is a 7-page affidavit. It deals with a very involved criminal enterprise shipping stolen car parts to the Mideast. It deals with the theft of a Maserati and Ms. Gibbs providing false, fraudulent, and misleading oral and written statements to secure an insurance settlement. So it is, I do believe after on a review of this that there is probable cause. It was found by Judge Ihikwaba, and I do believe that it is present in the arrest affidavit and warrant. So I'm finding probable cause. I mean, at the end of the day, she's got a bondsman going to walk over there and say, now you got your jail card straight, let's let her out. Okay, she's already posted the bond. So anything else we want to do with Ms. Gibbs? Good luck to you, Ms. Gibbs. All right, that'll take us then to Jasmine Ford. Hi, Ms. Ford. You're charged with cocaine possession.
Yes.
At 8:55 in the morning. All right, and I don't see any priors here at all. Oh wait, no, she completed a PTI years ago. I'm just going to make this. I do find probable cause. I'm going to make the pretrial services alternate bond 2,500. This will get you out of jail. You are still living over at on 8th Avenue?
Slightly. I don't stay there at the moment, but I can go there and pick up mail if I needed to.
I tell you what, the way they tell you to come to court is we send you mail by snail mail. Okay, so whatever address we use, I'm hoping it's someplace that someone will tell you you need to come to court. The address we have right now is 5121 Northwest 8th Avenue.
Yes, sir. I can call in and get notified. I can tell
So let you know?
Yes.
But stay on top of that because we go by that address in giving you notice, okay?
Okay.
All right. Pretrial services alternate is 2,500.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Look for you. That'll take us to Jerry Herrera.
I don't understand that, boss.
Are you Jeremy Herrera?
Timothy Thomas.
You can look anything like Jeremy Herrera.
Judge, we need to take him one at a time for corrections, please, if we may.
Of course.
It will be defendant Thomas Timothy.
Thomas Timothy. For what?
On page Timothy Thomas on page 6.
He's right now. He is number.
I'm sorry, Judge, page 7.
You're just trying to confuse us, aren't you?
Here we go.
All right, thanks. Oh, what happened with this?
Mr. Thomas is a hold for Department of Corrections.
Why are they holding?
Oh,
And why would he be here?
He's already her status on Monday with Judge.
With him?
Which Judge Delancey.
Oh, okay.
Being held is very a court date.
And is that in the F-25-3838?
No, we're here. Oh, yes, it's a case.
Huh. Oh, so it was a restaurant?
For you, Judge, it's the F-25-3838.
He never had a what appearance? Well, he's got one right. Okay, I'm gonna hold him no bond. Pending seeing what is clearly a much younger, better looking judge than me. All right, you're gonna see Judge Delancey tomorrow. Good luck.
And
Yes, ma'am.
did Your Honor mean Monday or tomorrow?
Oh, I meant Monday. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. And just so the court is aware, the defense is not in a position to make any probable cause arguments. I just have the document that he was picked up on the warrant. I don't have an arrest warrant or any supporting narrative.
All right, well, you know what? Give me a second because that's a valid concern. I'm looking at a warrant here, signed February 23, no bond. I have no idea who signed it before this date, but Judge Brinkley was an indecipherable. Well, we've got a body back in 2015 that Florida City found on Northwest First Avenue. Multiple 9mm casings. In May, Alachua County Sheriff's Office called homicide and said that they discovered a telephone belonging to Timothy Thomas. Oh, discovered evidence on the telephone. I see. So this defendant had previously been incarcerated and sentenced for life for the attempted murder of a deputy in Monroe County from back in 2015. That shooting of the deputy occurred 5 days after the homicide of the Florida City victim. And the firearm used to shoot the deputy was a Glock 9mm. The casings between that one and the homicide were a match. And then in August, investigators traveled to Graceville Correctional. They took a statement from the defendant, which is not particularly inculpatory, although he implicated other people. Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks to me like we've got him from corrections, but it looks like he's going to be facing some type of homicide charge here. Exactly, first-degree murder with a deadly weapon. So that's what's going on. And he'll be in front of a circuit court judge, Delancey, who's very good to work with on Monday. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Didn't we already do Jeremy Herrera? He's on page 3, number 6.
And Your Honor, I do have a probable cause argument to count 1.
You mean because he wasn't engaged in the lawful execution of his duties?
No, Your Honor, the arrest affidavit alleges that Mr. Herrera charged and attempted to grab the officer and initiate the bear hug. There's no allegation that he battered the officer. There's no allegation that there was contact between Mr. Herrera and the officer.
Um, State, do you have a position on that?
If Your Honor's inclined, the state would like to do a probable cause hearing.
Oh, State wants to do a probable cause hearing, reset till tomorrow. Okay, Marcia. Welcome.
Thomas?
Okay, that'll take us then to David Thomas, not the movie star. Was he in like Starsky and Hutch? Is that David Thomas? It's a different guy. Got yourself an robbery allegation.
Person?
It seems I find problem unless you've got an argument to the contrary. I'm finding probable cause on an armed robbery here. And going to hold him no bond on that at this time. As far as the felon in possession, I'm going to set a $7,500 fine bond rather on that. There'll be a stay away order from EC. And all I have is initials. I don't have the fellow's full name.
Veteran Seraphin.
Fellow named Seraphin. Okay,
Your Honor, how much was it in count two?
7,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh wait, it's probably good. Yep. Okay. All right. Good luck, sir.
Hello.
I'm moving to Keandre Llewellyn. Has added charges, but I don't see.
Added charges, Judge, battery by detainee.
Yeah, it would be okay. Take a look at it.
Yeah.
Does look like battery by detainee to me, so I'm gonna find probable cause. It'll be $2,500 bond.
Llewellyn.
All right. Good luck, sir. You'll be seeing your other judge in a bit. Domestic violence.
Adams.
Okay, that takes us to Tony Chase. All right, got nothing on Mr. Chase in Miami.
We have national priors in this case, Your Honor.
Are you really from Brazil?
No, Indiana, sir.
I mean, oh, Brazil, Indiana. Got it.
I'm sorry.
All right, what do you have of substance here?
He has a lot.
Okay. How long have you been with us here in Miami?
Since December 15th.
All righty. I tell you what, do you show any violent priors for which he was incarcerated? And Jenna has heard this before.
Yes.
If somebody can come up with a way to synthesize an NCIC printout,
I
a
wish.
readable form, would make $1 zillion.
Going through so far, this is from the in full candor 1988, kidnapping, aggravated assault from 1990, assault and battery, burglary 1995, strong arm robbery.
Where was that, Indiana?
I'm not even sure from here it's differently.
I bet you did some time in the 80s, huh?
Yes, sir, South Carolina.
South Carolina?
South
Oh, then you
Carolina,
probably
yes.
did more time than you needed to do. All right. Those are remote enough that I just assume send him the app so we can get some housing for him.
His most recent prior was in 2019.
Okay.
I can't speak to whether it was violent.
Okay, and on this one, I'm not too sure how far this case will go in. Bless you. Let me change. Maybe with Judge Brinkley. All right, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna make it tap alternate on 2,500. And they're gonna try and place you in housing so that way you have someplace to live. The alternate bond is 2,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. Now we go to Rigoberto Moreno Guerra, sorry.
Your Honor, he's going to need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Well, we have one. Okay. Well, at least I'm not worried about him going back to this girlfriend. I mean, I hope I'm not, since it's been 2 years. All right, the arguments with regard to probable cause.
I'll stand muted to probable cause. Would Your Honor consider house arrest with an alternate bond being the standard bond?
I would indeed do that.
El juez encuentra que hay una causa probable, está pidiendo un arresto domiciliario para usted.
Looks like he actually has someplace where he can go, but I am gonna do a stay away order, at least for now. I don't know whether he's with the same woman or not.
En este momento el juez está decidiendo sobre una orden de alejamiento de esta persona.
Hace 2 años yo y esa persona no nos vemos.
Is that gonna be a concern, ma'am?
¿Alguna preocupación sobre esto?
Your Honor, he did attempt to communicate with me in Spanish. Unfortunately, I do not speak Spanish. We have the services of the interpreter. I would just ask Mr. Moreno to not speak about the facts of his case.
Ok, usted trató de hablar con la abogada no habla español, pero ella le está diciendo que no hable sobre el caso en este momento.
No, yo lo que estaba diciendo que hace 2 años yo y esa persona no nos vemos ni tenemos comunicaciones.
I was just saying that it's been 2 years since we don't see each other or we don't have any communication.
Desde que pasó ese caso, nosotros nos dejamos y nunca hemos tenido, no hemos vuelto más nunca ni nos hemos vuelto más.
Since this case happened, we just separated or never been together again or speak to.
Perfecto. Okay.
Muy bien.
I need to tell you this. I'm going to release you on a house arrest.
Le voy a decir que lo voy a dejar salir bajo un arresto domiciliario.
Level 2.
Un nivel 2.
You can go to church, work, school, legal, medical.
Usted puede ir a cuestiones médicas, legales, a la escuela, a la iglesia.
I'm going to enter a stay away order.
Voy a poner una orden de alejamiento.
From that woman.
De esta mujer.
Do you have a name, Steve?
Yes, Your Honor. Kaylee Gomez.
There you go. Candy Gomez.
Candy Gomez.
Your alternate bonds, jail, are 5,000, 5,000, 1,000, and 1,000.
Okay, son 4 casos. Tiene fianza alternativa de 5,000, 5,000, 1,000 y 1,000.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir. I'm sure that you'll be able to clear this up with Judge David Young.
Buena suerte, señor. Espero que pueda aclarar esto con el juez David Young.
¿Yo pudiera salir bajo fianza hoy o...?
Can I go out on bond today?
If you can post $12,000 worth of bond, or You can go out on house arrest with a GPS bracelet.
Y usted puede salir con $12,000 de fianza o ir a un arresto domiciliario con un GPS, un monitor.
So, ¿tengo que pagar la fianza o esperar a que me pongan el monitor?
They'll explain.
So I have to either pay the bond or wait for the monitor.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Let's get Raymond Wiggins going.
That's a bond out, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. That'll take us to Calvin Duger.
Judge, Mr. Duger is a violent felony offender, special concern. He also has 2 probation warrants, no bond.
Well, then I'm going to take a look at his petty theft ×2, see if there's probable cause. Since he's a VFOST on the probations, there's not anything I can do about that. I'm sorry?
These other cases he's on probation.
Okay. I accept well, I'll tell you right now.
Judge, you need the 2 probation cases?
I've got probation cases here, the F-24, 6 to 9899. I'm just taking a look real quick to see what I have here that makes them a VFOS. F-24, 6 to 6. I don't know the offenses there. All the burglaries I have here are unoccupied. What is it that makes you believe he's oh, wait a minute. Stop. Here we go. Nope, that ain't it either. Yeah, here we go. I got an armed robbery back in 02, which makes him a VFOSC. Based upon his prior history, I don't think I would give him a bond anyway. But, oh yeah, I would. On this petty theft ×2, I do find probable cause. I give him a $2,500 bond with a stay away order from the Apple Store at 1021 Lincoln Road. And noting that he's being held without a bond as a VFOS on 2 probation violations. All right, that should do it, Mr. Duker. He will be in front of Judge Laura Cruz before you know it.
Apologize. Was that a felony or is he on felony probation?
So he's on felony probation. I don't know what for.
Okay.
But because he's got a prior that is an armed robbery, that renders him a VFOS. Okay. Although I would check because that prior is before 2008, but I'm not holding, those cases are not in front of me. That's for Judge Cruz to figure out. I always forget whether is the probation after 2008 or does the offense have to be after 2008? And I think it's that the probation has to be.
And it made him a what?
A VFOS, a violent felony offender of special concern. It's 948.06, subsection 8. There's a distinct list of offenses as qualifying offenses. And if you've previously been convicted of one of those, like an armed robbery, a burglary, occupied, an L&L, sex bats, things like that, and you violate your probation in a substantive way, something other than money, then the court is prohibited from releasing you. And the first judge to get reversed in about a nanosecond on that was Milkenhirsch, after he held the statute unconstitutional under the 8th Amendment. And the 3rd district kicked it back so fast to make your head spin.
I think one time we had bonds with the other Judge Hirsch, and what did we?
I'm sure that was entertaining.
He told us that he had found we weren't gonna file something.
He finds everything on.
Yeah, like you're gonna file that after I found it constitutional. And we had only been in the state attorney's office for like a month. We were like, "Are we?"
Look, he and I are close friends. He married my daughter. I mean, he did the ceremony for her in my backyard. We've known each other forever. I'll probably have a glass of wine with him tomorrow night. I will tell you this story. One time, they always ask him whether he's going to get his or whether anybody gets confused between me and Milkenhirsch. And one time, my bailiff was out running in the park late at night. Do you remember Orlando Duarte? Jack, or maybe not.
If I saw his face, I might recognize him.
How about Xavier Giraldo? Anyway, X was out running in the park at 4 o'clock in the morning because he never sleeps, and the cops lit him up. And the cops light him up and they say, "Sir, you can't be running in the park. The park's closed. We could arrest you." And he says, "Well, before you arrest me, can I call my judge?" And they said, "You have a pending case." He said, "No, no, no, I work for a judge." I said, "Which one?" He says, "Judge Hirsch." He said, "Which one?" He says, "Judge Richard Hirsch." They say, "Oh, you're free to go, sir. Have a lovely evening."
The answer would have been.
So I told Milton the story. The first words out of his mouth was, "Boy, missed an ass whooping by one letter." All right. So let's talk to Mr. Dear Bruce. How are you, sir? I bet you'd be feeling better if you hadn't gotten arrested. Let's see. Well, that was okay for a long time. Now you're out on the street. Okay. I've got a Grand Theft 33 here. Okay. I'm going to find probable cause on Mr. Pierre on the Grand Theft. What did y'all want to do with regard to bond on this?
Yes, Your Honor, it looks like he has a good amount of priors. We'd be asking for elevated bond in this case.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Would Your Honor consider, I would say, house arrest with an alternate bond being the standard bond, as Your Honor can see? This is a nonviolent charge. The allegation is essentially that he took a cell phone.
Okay, I don't have a problem doing that, making him to house arrest. I'd make it a level 2. I'm certainly not going to hold him. It doesn't look like he can post a bond at level 2. And I'm going to make the alternate 2,500. The difficulty that you have here is that without an address, house arrest is unlikely to place him. I know. So you're going to end up going to Judge Alfield next week, and probably you're going to end up trying to get him through TAP so we can get him some housing. But for right now, as a placeholder, let me give him a level 2, waive installation, waive cost, and your office will see if there's some better alternative than just, because he'll sit. If they can't place him, house arrest will just have him sit. So alert your ERU on this, and maybe they can do something better about finding him a place to live.
Would Your Honor be inclined to extend TAP? This is a nonviolent charge, I understand, despite his record. The allegation is taking a cell phone, a charge that I highly doubt the state would be able to establish at trial. In the greater picture, in the greater scheme of things, especially when it comes to establishing value, the state may be able to establish a petty theft, but not felony grand theft.
Oh, I don't know. Took an iPhone 13 Pro Max.
Yes, Your Honor, and there are, as Your Honor knows, there are many issues with establishing the value of electronics.
Well, I would hurry because those used iPhones are going to go up in value in the next 6 months. Any objection to TAP?
Yes, Your Honor, this evening. Oh, to
TAP. I want to get him housing.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection to that.
All right, we'll make it TAP. Alternate bond is 2,500. You are so compelling, man, in your arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
However, I'm going to enter a stay away order from Rolando Ruiz. Again, the problem is that they are not very quickly placing people on TAP. All right, let's go to Giovanni Liriano. We're within striking distance being done here. Okay.
That's the bond out, Judge.
I'm happy to hear that. Hope he's not coming to me though. Good. Let's go to Jonathan Osorio. Oh, wait a minute. Stay where we were. Okay, thank you very much. Polish check, their Grand Theft 33, false identification. Okey-doke. Looks to me like, you're making probable cause here.
Your Honor, if I may,
Sure.
I would make a probable cause argument as to count 4. There's nothing within the 4 corners of the arrest affidavit to allege that he used any type of identification fraudulently. And one moment, Your Honor. If I could have the court's indulgence.
Because he did present, well, that's an interesting question, whether the ID has to be fraudulent or whether it's use of an ID in furtherance of a fraud. I'm thinking that I don't have a copy of 817-568 next to me.
And I would also add, Your Honor, that
Anybody got a copy?
regarding charges 1 and 2, that does violate double jeopardy. So I would ask if the court is inclined to find PC that the court.
Doesn't I disagree with you there. Presenting a check and presenting ID are 2 separate circumstances, and that can be argued later. Let me take a quick look at 817. This one.
Your Honor, this document refers to fraudulent use of personal license.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Yes, they don't give them shoes in. Shouldn't say that. Give me a second, you piqued my interest. 568.
The statute references fraudulent thing, not the what was used is fraudulent. Yeah.
I think you could be right. I think it's got to be fraudulent identification.
They use personal identification information thing. With or is it the network concept much?
Up to substitute.
This takes too much. Using.
Nope. I think you're right. It's got to be use of somebody else's ID or identifying yourself as someone else.
Right.
And apparently he brought the checks in written to himself. So he presented his ID. It was the checks that are fraudulent. All right. So then I'm going to go ahead and find probable cause on counts 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to not hold him on count 4. On counts 1, 2, and 3, those will be his standard bonds of $2,500 each.
You're fixing out right on the front for you.
I am.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Entered with regard to the Verizon Bank on Ponce de Leon. I didn't even know they had virtual in there. Good to know.
Would Your Honor be inclined to extend pretrial services with an alternate bond being the standard bonds for count 1 through 3?
No.
Your Honor, from what I can see, although he's had contact with the system, he does not have withholds. He does not have any convictions.
True. That is true. Denied.
Judge, how much is count 4?
Count 4 is released outright.
Thank you.
That'll take us to Jaime Torres.
So what do you say?
Okay, you got a petty theft times 2 here. Whoa, he got hit hard. Who's division 2? Pretty good. And it was 360 days on his last one around here. Because he sat in jail for 360 days. Oh, I see what happened. He had strong arm robbery and petty theft ×2 at the same time. So he sat, and then they wrapped it up to 360 times served back in January 2024. All right. So Mr. Torres is charged with stealing a whole bunch of liquor bottles from the Walgreens. Okay, and finding probable cause on this. What would y'all like to do with bond?
Your Honor, be inclined to extend TAP. From what we can see of the allegations here are it is essentially a petty theft. The allegation is taking liquor bottles. The gas to send Mr. Torres to the jail, I submit, was probably greater than the value of the total items taken.
I'm sorry, let me hear that last part again. The cost of you're not a question. The cost of processing this case this far is approximately $2,500 for clerk time, judge time, cop time, corrections time. All the time that we have spent is a minimum $2,500 up to this point. So tell me when we're ever going to get a petty theft ×2 that's worth going through the arrest and booking process, because it's going to be worth more than the cost of us processing him through the system. And quite candidly, when I take a look at the 30-some arrests he's had, that means he's cost us well over $100,000. And then when I look at the 366 days he spent in 21, 360 days he spent in 22, each one of those days is $100 a piece to keep him in our jail overnight. So I would abandon that argument real quick, ma'am, because the fact that the amount he stole after having served 360 days and terminating that in 2024 for the same offense doesn't make sense. Maybe my better argument is he should be no bond, because the last time he spent 360 days in jail for this very same offense doesn't seem to have taken hold.
Well, Your Honor, these are bondable offenses. I'm simply asking the court to consider the underlying facts.
I would much rather see him get housing and get squared away and not get arrested again ever in his life than to hold him without a bond. I'd much rather do that. But please don't tell me that the stuff he stole is not worth arresting him. Not when we're on arrest number 35.
Understood, Your Honor. I would ask Your Honor to consider the underlying facts in this particular case, given the particular circumstances. I would ask the court to consider releasing Mr. Torres to TAP so that he can try to seek a better living situation for himself within the community rather than house him in jail.
So other times y'all.
He's free to tell me anything he wants to tell me, man.
Understood, Your Honor. I just advise Mr. Torres to not speak at this time, especially if it involves the underlying facts of the case.
Good idea. All right, let's make it TAP. Alternate bottom 2,500. And Judge Hernandez can come and laugh at me if she wants. I don't care. Stay away order from the Walgreens, please. The second, sorry, I didn't see the second count. Second count will be the same. TAP, alternate $847 million, 620,417.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, for our records, is that 2,500 count 1, 500 count 2 for Mr. Torres?
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's TAP alternate bond. Thank you.
All right, let's go with Mr. Ricardo Martin.
Your Honor, he's going to require the services of the interpreter.
Let's see, fine.
Yes, the interpreter is present. Okay.
Spanish.
Good.
Let's see. They have a Spanish interpreter.
Okay, with the service of our interpreter, Ricardo Martin is charged with the robbery of a cell phone.
Cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. on 71st Street.
Ok, señor, esto es un robo de celulares. Pasó en la 71 calle.
Okay, and he does not have a place to live.
Usted no tiene un lugar donde vivir.
I do find probable cause.
Encuentro que hay un motivo fundado para esta causa.
We'll give him TAP also.
Le puedo dar el programa del TAP
With an alternate bond of $2,500
con una fianza alternativa de $2,500
and a stay away order from Antonio Santiago.
y una orden de alejamiento de Antonio Santiago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the bond?
It's TAP, alternate bond 2,500. Go to Anthony Camarena.
Mr. Camarena is out on felony bond F257811.
Okay, well, we're gonna put a felony hold on F257811. And I do find probable cause. We'll give him a $2,500 bond on the current offense. The Judge Dean can deal with him from there. All right, good luck, sir.
What do you say?
Oh, wait a minute. Can I see that again, please?
Yes, sir.
I totally misspoke. I was looking at someone else's priors. On Ricardo Martin. I'm sorry. That is correct. We're going to move to Ricardo Martin now. Except I'm missing a. We already addressed Ricardo Martin? That's all. I'm sorry. Mr. Camarena squared away. Let's go to Zuniga German Zuniga. He's got a new grand theft, 3rd degree. Thank you. Okay, first, well, what do we got here? I do
Would Your
find-
Honor,
yes, ma'am.
would Your Honor be inclined to extend pretrial services, although I stand mute as to probable cause from what I can see? Mr. German Zuniga has very limited contacts with our system. I believe his last contact was a 3 months of probation for misdemeanor resisting without violence. That was 2024.
Yeah, wrapped in 2024. He had some other cases terminated at the same time. Dropped the resisting without and the trespass at the same time in the same courtroom. He's got a felony that was no action, a grand theft vehicle back in 2023. Do you have any objections to pretrial services on this fellow? You're making pretrial services on both. Alternate bonds 2,500 on each. And stay away order from SL person who checked that work. He allegedly attempted to fraudulently cash. Right, left is beginning. It takes us to France alone.
Ms. Cologne refused, Judge, reset for tomorrow.
No. Okay. She must have heard I was here. 4/27.
Right.
Mari Lewis,
Present.
Added charge, Judge.
added charge. Yeah, it looks like it's an October armed robbery and display of a firearm while committing a felony. That would be a no bond offense.
And-
If I see probable cause, let me take a look at probable cause affidavit. There you go. Different probable cause on counts 1 and 2.
Your Honor, if I may, although I do stand mused to probable cause for count 1, and I don't believe it would affect his release, I do submit that there is no probable cause for count 2. It does violate double jeopardy. Someone cannot be essentially charged with an armed robbery and possession of a firearm while committing a robbery. I do have case law that I could cite for the court.
I don't think you're incorrect, actually. Yeah. All right. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and OR him on count 2, but I will hold him without a bound on count 1.
Count 1, no bond. Count 2, RR.
That is correct. And Judge Priovalos is going to get this case. Let's see. Yeah, no, I take that back. 1 second. Dario Rodriguez. Okay, cool. He'll be back Monday. All right, and I'm entering a stay away order from Giordano Guerrero. And that takes us to last, but certainly not least. Our lead board.
Do you need a Creole interpreter? Judge, I think he's going to need the services of the Creole interpreter. He advised that he does speak a little bit of English, but he seemed to have some trouble.
All right, let's see if we can find.
Your Honor, if you wish, I can communicate with the Creole interpreter so she can appear.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Of course. Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there.
I find this.
The whole game's been a real hoot. Thank goodness we only have to do this one. You guys are here. Oh, you're here all the time. Yeah. But I think there's no question I'm more fun than Milton Nurse, right? Tells him.
She's coming up any minute, Your Honor.
Okay.
This one. About it was March, Juvenile calendar. Wasn't fair.
Really? Because we were out of there by like 9:35.
Did not get out of juvenile. It was 12:30.
Caparta. We'll take that eye roll to mean anything. Everybody's different. Everybody's different. All right. We got 2 cases here.
Your Honor, the Creole interpreter is present.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. So on Mr. Borges, we have two cases. One is a aggravated battery on a person 65 years of age or older. By the way, it's not really an aggravated battery because there's no deadly weapon. Okay, why don't we interpret this for Mr.
This
Borges?
is the gentleman that needs the Creole interpreter.
Yes, it is. So,
Monsieur, yo accusé ou ko essaye bat un moun, mais un moun qui te gen plus que 65 ans.
so it's really a third-degree felony instead of a second-degree felony.
Mais son crime troisième degré au lieu d'un crime deuxième degré.
Okay. And on the second case, he's charged with battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting an officer with violence to his person.
Et deuxième accusation, c'est que ou résiste policier qui t'a essayé arrêter ou là, et puis ou t'es violent contre policier qui t'a pas arrêté ou là.
Although, I don't know about you, public defender, but I'm not sure there's probable cause on the battery on the police officer.
Par contre, ça pensé avocat, mais parce que moi-même pas quoi que il t'a essayé battre policier.
Because he attempted to punch him but missed.
Parce que l'essayer ballon coup de poing, mais il pas réussi.
So, any suggestions for bond or release conditions on Mr. Bordes, state?
Avocat l'État, est-ce que vous avez une suggestion pour la monsieur Ball ou bien bal caution?
Your Honor, if I may, before we address the bond status, I agree with the court as to the F-25-8453. I also have a probable cause argument for the F-25-8452.
Moi, avant de commencer, juge, je t'arrête dire que je suis d'accord avec vous sur le F258453, mais je gagne un bail que je explique sur le F258452.
Let me take a wild guess. There's nothing in the arrest affidavit which indicates the age of the victim.
Correct, Your Honor.
Pas gagné un affidavit d'arrestation qui dit qu'il l'âge que victime n'a gagné, avocat dit oui, c'est vrai.
At best, I submit there's probable cause for misdemeanor battery.
Je pensais que gagné raison, mais pour un crime, un petit crime, pas un gros crime.
So true. State, would you like to reconvene a probable cause hearing for tomorrow?
One moment, Your Honor.
Avocat l'État, est-ce que tu as demain que nous retournions dans le tribunal là pour nous joindre si il y a assez raison pour ça?
I mean, it's you say we're here. Does Your Honor have, on the last page of the state's arrest affidavit, we have the victim's date of birth. Does Your Honor have that?
Oh,
Is it required in the narrative? Oh, no.
No, I don't have that.
Understood.
Dans le dernier paragraphe d'avis d'arrestation, gain l'âge victime, non, juge est-ce qu'on gagne, juge l'a dit non, il pas gain copie ça lui-même.
Your Honor, the state can represent to the court and to defense that the cited victim is of the necessary age for this crime. If they would satisfy the court and defense to have an officer appear to testify to that effect, we can schedule a probable cause.
You have a probable cause affidavit before you.
Yes.
That's different from the one that's in the court file, correct?
Your Honor, I don't know if it's necessarily different, but the last page with the officer and victim information is.
You have a back page to your page 2.
Yes.
That has victim information on it.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you offered that as a statement from the police officer of the age of the victim.
Correct.
Okay. May I see it?
Of course. Absolutely.
Est-ce que m'ka wè kopi par là? Parce que dans kopi par là, dans dernier page là, gen l'âge victime nan. Est-ce qu'on capable montrer m'li? Et puis, il va longer le bail juste là.
Okay. And it names all of the officers with their department cell phone numbers for contact. And it names the victim in the case with a date of birth. He's over the age of 65. Public defender, I'm going to accept the documents that I'm going to ask that a copy of that be made and attached to the probable cause affidavit in this case. You'll do that as quickly as you can, please, or you'll submit it through a different pleading. Okay?
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Dernier page que yo bon mwen, gen numéro téléphone policier yo, avec nom yo, et gen date de naissance victime nan, qui gen plus que 65 ans. Juge la mande avocat l'État pour tachon copie ça pour li dans dossier.
So all of that being said, I have a gentleman here who has no prior convictions, has previously gone through JDP. Let's be cognizant of that from his priors. Do you have any suggestions for release?
Donc, nous gagnons devant nous un monsieur qui n'a pas aucun antécédent, qui était déjà dans le programme qui était relé JDP. Pas oublier ça, est-ce que nous avons aucune suggestion pour la guilde?
Your Honor, may clarify for the JDP.
That's a diversion program for people with mental health issues.
Understood.
Et ça, programme GDP ailleurs, je lui ai expliqué lui que son programme pour monde qui a un petit problème de santé mentale.
Your Honor, I would ask if the court would consider releasing Mr. Borges to tap, as Your Honor can see from the four corners of the affidavit of both A forms. There may be some underlying issues. However, he has very, very limited contacts with the system, and as Your Honor can see, did successfully complete JDP in 2021.
Votre honneur, notamment de est-ce que tu as voulu la guéli, un programme qui était AP, parce que il y a plusieurs petits bagages là que tu as mérité. Et monsieur Bord, tu déjà un problème avec le système, non? Mais il était complété tout ça, il était pour te faire un programme JDPA en 2021.
He does have ties to the community. I believe he has a niece that resides here in Dade County. I don't believe that the niece is the alleged victim in this case. There is a permanent address on the arrest affidavit. He did advise that he has a stable address where he can live.
Li gen longtemps dans communauté a, li gon nièce qui était dans Miami-Dade County, mais pas quoi que nièce li a, c'est lui même qui était victime que li était essayé battre là. Et li là, li gen quelque temps dans communauté a.
My concern with asking for pretrial services is that if there is something that was domestic in nature, and candidly, I don't know, pretrial services might have a difficult time accepting him.
Donc, problème que m'gagne si on l'a dans le programme qui relève PTS là, c'est que s'il te gagne antécédent de violence domestique, peut-être que le programme TAP a ne doit pas accepter lui.
Dave, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. We made a question for Your Honor. We have a note in an instance like this, typically something called JDA is asked for. Has your JDA, does Your Honor know what that is?
I have no idea what that is.
Understood. With that being said,
What's a JDA?
we're not sure either. We just have to know that in an instance like this, when there are mental health issues, that we would ask for a JDA, but they didn't tell us.
Oh, that might be an evaluation by mental health.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that to Judge Susan when it
Okay.
shows up for at arraignment.
They would just ask for a standard form in this case.
Juge, nous connaissons que doit y avoir des programmes comme ça, yo fait un bac que les GDA, mais nous pensons que son évaluation, juge la répondre, mais puis tant de rive devant Judge Susan, c'est lui même qui prend la décision, hein. Avocat l'État a demandé pour yo bal caution normale là.
I'm sorry to punt on this, but I'm going to. On case number F25-8452, I'm going to hold him on a $5,000 bond. On case number F25-8453, I'm going to hold him on 2 counts. Both counts will be 5,000. Wait a minute, did I find?
Your Honor found no probable cause, I believe, for count 1.
I'm going to not hold him on count 1. I will hold him on a $5,000 bond on count 2. And candidly, I do this so that your ERU and the people in Judge Stuz's division can get a deeper dive into what's going on with Mr. Bordis and figure out what his.
Donc, pour Monsieur Bord, ça n'a fait dans le cas F25 84 52, n'a pas l'eau caution $5,000. Dans le cas F25 84 53, n'a quitté le pour que le juge le meilleur capable de décider qui caution y a bali.
Understood, Your Honor. Would Your Honor be inclined to extend house arrest with the alternate bond being the bonds that the court set?
Mais juge, est-ce qu'on t'a plutôt, ou est-ce qu'on capable bali résidence surveillée, s'il pas veut résidence surveillée, alors ça n'a pas le caution qu'on se dit.
Do you have any problem with that, State?
Avocat l'État, ou gen problème avec ça?
All right,
No
good.
problem with house arrest, Your Honor.
Then in case number F25 8452, it'll be house arrest level 2.
Donc, dans le cas F25 84 52, il y a mis en résidence surveillée niveau 2.
Alternate bond 5,000.
Si vous pas voulez faire résidence surveillée, on va payer caution $5,000.
Judge, given the house arrest and that there would be an alternate bond, would Your Honor be willing to keep the $2,500 bond for count 2 on the 8453 case?
No. If he's gonna take the house arrest, he's gonna take the house arrest. If he's gonna take the alternate bond, he's gonna pay what I said. On count 2, in case number F25 8453, it's a level 2 house arrest. Alternate is 5,000. And I'm entering a stay away order from Itora Pierre.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what's the name?
I believe it's Itora or Ifora Pierre. I think it's.
Donc, accusation numéro 2 à tout lui-même, c'est caution à $5,000 et puis l'autre capé loin de Ifora Pierre.
Okay.
Judge, in case ending 8453, count 1 is released outright. No PC.
I know PC.
Et dans le cas F2 58453, et après la gueule, il paraît pose pas assez raison pour ça.
Okay. That seems to be the end of our calendar. Our bond hearings will be in recess until tomorrow when Judge Wendy Glazier stumbles in. And thank you, interpreters, for all your hard work today.
You're
Our
welcome,
pleasure,
Judge. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right. And, oops.
At least about 2 points.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I haven't had this much fun since the Nuremberg trials. Extra credit if you can name the Woody Allen movie that line comes from.
I can't. I can't.
I tried the other day and trying to think of it. It was the one where he, what?
Was it the bowling one? That he loses his hat?
No. Oh, that's Woody Harrelson. It was the Woody Allen movie where he plays the ghost writer for a blacklisted Hollywood writer in the 50s.
Mhm.
Damn, if I remember the name of that. It was one of his better movies too. I'll look it up. All right, I'm gonna leave everything to be shut down here to the people who know how to do that. I figured you would. Thanks so much for all the help you give us. All right. Okay. Well, if that's it, I'll see you guys around campus. Have a great week.
Thank you.
Good job, Judge.
You guys think? I gave it to you. Are you guys do? Oh, I need that. Yeah. We have to count, right? I know, right? Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Weekend. The thing is bleeding like hell. His step bleeds like a mofo. I know. I got to spread the on this thing.
Straight home after this, right?
What?
Nothing goes straight home after this, right?
No, that's the other thing. Yeah.